Good morning everyone and welcome to today's live stream here at Melbourne, our Saturday show here at Aviation Videography. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. My name is Max and I will be your host for today, joined here by my good friend Matt from HD Melbourne Aviation.
Good morning everybody.
Awesome to be out here this morning. We've been a little bit worried about the rain forecast, but looks like the rain's really stayed over the bay this morning and hopefully will continue to stay there. But looking at the radar, it might be headed our way a little bit. So we'll keep a close eye on that.
And that is why there's the two of us.
Yes, and that's why we've moved up to T4. I was hoping to do a stream maybe at the Living Legends Homestead or at, what's it called, Jellybrand Hill. But at this stage, we've decided to come up to T4 with the covering with the roof maybe a little bit more protected. So we've got a heavy arrival inbound in about 5 minutes time. The Singapore A350-900 is SQ227 arriving in from Singapore. And a couple of departures on radar as well. We've got the Bartik 737 MAX that's going to head off to Denpasar. What time does Garuda go? That's about 7:30, isn't it?
Yeah, 7:40 I think.
Yeah, we've got the Garuda A330-300 departing off to Jakarta. So I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Graham saying went straight for the sushi after last stream.
You're real funny, real funny.
Very, very good. Love to hear it. I think we all had some very good sushi that day. Matt, did you have any good sushi?
No, Max. No, I didn't.
Oh, really?
I was going to have half of one.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Whose half?
Yours, of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Then you declined it for no reason.
Oh.
It's Qantas. It looked bigger than a 7-8. For a second.
What did you think it was? 380?
I don't know. It was a triple, and I'm like, what is going now? What 777 takes off at 7 a.m.?
Is that on Tug or is that?
No, I think it landed from LA. And on 27, we love.
No way did QF94, the LAX Express, land on runway 27.
Oh, we love to see it. That's how you know it's going to be a good Melbourne morning.
That's it. And g'day Bart, thank you so much for tuning in. We've got Karen in as well. We've got Greg, we've got Darren, Amelia. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in this morning. Awesome to see you guys bright and early as we get prepared for a hopefully an awesome morning of plane spotting out here at Melbourne. Just going to check the radar because flight radar is showing a lot of precipitation on the way, and it's not comforting. Oh boy.
Well, I don't know. Flight radar's never the most accurate for the rain radar.
No, it's not.
I think we'll get the edge of it.
I think we will get the edge of it. Hopefully not too much of it. That would be that'd be unfortunate.
That really would be. That'd be very unfortunate. And we can see it making its way there to Terminal 2 is the famous QF94. Looking forward to this being upgraded to the A380 again, which will be happening at the moment in October, but I think they're doing some select flights in June for the school holiday period.
Oh, really?
They are, yeah. I think when we're away though, it's like very end of June, early July. Like, because we're leaving pretty much at the beginning of holidays.
Yeah, right.
There it is, making its way over there towards T2. Busy time to be disembarking through T2 as well. I can imagine the arrival hall would be packed after all the arrivals from Southeast Asia have just come in, just before we started the stream, of course. That's usually how it goes. And making a special appearance there, we have the Cathay Pacific 777-300. This is going to be taking off, I believe, at 7:30.
Yep.
Which is the old Cathay Pacific CX-135-134 flight that has been operating very, very rarely since the pandemic. And got a Falcon 7X that's just landed on runway 27 as well. Possibly RAF.
Possibly, yeah.
That Cathay Pacific's going to be a great little catch. We've got a decent little lineup this morning, which is good. I think this is the first Saturday that they've done that, haven't they? That they've come in, or were they here last Saturday?
The triple.
The triple.
It was here last Saturday, but it was so foggy that you couldn't see it.
Ah.
27.
And it went 27.
Yeah.
Even in the fog.
Yep.
Really? The triple.
Yeah.
All right. Love that. Oh, hopefully today's a better day for it.
Hopefully, yeah. There's no fog on radar this morning. That's a bonus.
That's a good indication of better things to happen.
Yeah. You'd hope so.
I remember waking up, and when I tuned in, the fog was like kind of there, but not really.
What time was that?
Like 9 o'clock, 8:30.
Yeah, that's when it started rolling out a little bit. It came in at about 7. It started really rolling in.
Oh yeah, and Graham, but it's dark.
Yeah, that's true.
We set up like even before sunrise. Looks like we have a Virgin Australia 737-800 taxiing up towards runway 34. Most likely going to turn there on taxiway Juliet and begin its 1 hour journey up to Sydney as VA 811. Good signs when we've got the 737s and all that going up towards 34 for departure, meaning the Cathay Pacific will probably come here. Probably. You'd hope so. And not too far away as well is going to be that Singapore A350 coming in on runway 34 as SQ227. I'm wondering if it's just low cloud because I can't see it.
What's that?
The Singapore A350.
Oh, yeah. Is it on vinyl?
Should be. Yep. Must be real low clouds.
Look at a turn and burn here.
Yeah, definitely a turn and burn. Look at that. Share, just like you shared this.
Matt has pulled himself up a chair. Did you bring two? No. Oh, did you?
Did you bring 2 sushi rolls, Matt?
No. I'd already eaten the other two I had.
Oh no. That's unfortunate. It's gonna be a nice cozy stream.
That's alright. You can't film from the chair, so.
No, you can.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
Not comfortably.
Oh, definitely. More comfortably.
And we've got Waz Radio has become a Boeing 737 class member. Thank you so much for becoming a member. A special shout out to you, mate, as he gave us a shout out on his radio station, his radio show, I think last week. Really do appreciate that, mate. Glad to have you on board, a part of our aviation videography membership family. Oh.
Really do appreciate that shout out, as Max said. We dedicate this one to you, the Singapore Airlines A350-900 coming in from Singapore Changi as SQ227. About to complete its 6.5 hour journey. Awesome touchdown there, and we can see just in the foreground we have that Bartik 737 MAX heading up towards runway 34 for its departure over to Denpasar, and then from there it's going to continue on to Kuala Lumpur. So it looks like they've sort of subbed out the weird hybrid looking livery that they haven't repainted yet, and in exchange they're sending us the full livery, well, albino full liveried Bartik 73 instead. Not the worst thing in the world, a bit of variety, something a bit different. There it is, one of our 3 737 MAX operators. The amount is slowly building up, which is great to see, after the aircraft has had a very checkered history. Rolf tuning in there from Arizona. G'day, mate. Enjoy the lurking and enjoy the show we have for you in store this morning. And Bart with a little quiz there for the audience, asking what is the way to tell the difference between an A350-900 and an A350-1000? I've got really only got two telltale signs. We'll see if the audience can pick up on it. Yeah, wait, what one are you thinking of? Just the wheels? The length in the front?
Oh, yeah, true. When you're spotting it from a mile away.
No.
It's not the easiest thing to tell.
No. It's as easy as sharing a sushi roll. Oh, wait.
Oh, my gosh.
And good day, Hayden, joining us here this morning. You know what I'm really excited for, Max? Singapore A380.
Yes. We'll be able to catch the Singapore A380 from T4 for the first time.
Exactly. I haven't done that before. And this will be the first arrival that we've managed to catch on an aviation videography stream.
Yes, true.
So that's going to be very nice to see. It's our new little upgrade until October. Apparently Sydney's double daily with them now.
Yeah, they are.
That's insane. We're always one step behind, aren't we?
Always.
We take one step and they've taken another step already.
We're like, oh, we're getting the one Singapore 380, and they're like, we've already got one. We're getting another one.
That's it. We've had that for like 2 years now.
Yeah, literally.
That's a double or nothing. I wonder where they pinched that 380 from on their network to do double daily in Sydney. Because they need one 380 for that. I know that we took the New York Frankfurt one.
Yeah, I don't know.
And good day, Bakey Plays. Thanks for tuning in. Departing on screen there, we have the Batik 737-8 Max off to Denpasar's OD-178. Hopefully the passengers enjoy the 5-hour journey ahead. And it looks like we've got double Bonzo action here. Lining up on runway 34 on taxiway Juliet, we have a Virgin Australia 737-800. This is departing off to Brisbane as VA309. See it taking off to the gloomy Melbourne skies there. This is just your typical May morning, isn't it? This is pretty much what you expect. It looks like I've got that little Falcon X there on the screen. Trying to get a closer look. That could be the RAF one, or is it private?
Private.
Yeah, no, that's private. And Phil, glad to hear, mate. Glad to hear this is a good way to wake up on your Saturday. We will brave the cold for you, so you don't have to. And Bard, yeah, Max is having his right now. I haven't had mine just yet, but I'm sure I will at some point. I'm just taking a load off first. Set out the old deck chair. Only brought one with me though, which is unfortunate for Max. You see, Bart, I thought a little bit of revenge was in order.
So our lineup of heavy arrivals this morning, arriving in shortly in about 1 second, bear with me. My flight radar's having a tantrum. There we go, that's better. Arriving in shortly, we have the Malaysia Airlines A330-300 arriving in from Kuala Lumpur. We're getting MTG today, so that's the Malaysia Tiger livery on the A330. So that'll be an awesome catch, definitely a fan favourite. One of my favourites for sure. That comes to Melbourne. We've got the Vietnam A350-900 arriving in from Ho Chi Minh City. That's coming in about 35 minutes. Closely behind that, we've got the Thai A350-900 arriving a little bit late, about half an hour late, arriving in at about 10 past 8, coming in from Bangkok as TG465. We've also got the China Southern A350-900 arriving in from Guangzhou, arriving in at about 7:55 this morning, so in about half an hour's time. So we've got a nice little arrival patch for you guys coming in this morning. Don't forget, later on in about 2 hours time, we have the Singapore A380 arrival, our first arrival on an aviation videography live stream here at Melbourne. A fantastic catch. And in about an hour's time as well, we have the Shanghai 787 Dreamliner wearing the 100 livery. So that's arriving in at about 8:30 this morning. So if you're just tuning in, thank you so much for being here this morning. Make sure you smash the like button, feed the algorithm so we can get as many plane enthusiasts in this morning's stream as possible. And Graham saying, I can read the headlines now. Plane spotters start sushi wars at Melbourne Airport. That's it. We're gonna have some problems, I think.
Yes, definitely a problem or two. On departure, we have Qantas flight QF412 heading off to Sydney.
And TriStar Darren has gifted 5 aviation videography and memberships, kicking off the gifting this morning. Thank you so much, mate. Awesome that we've now got 5 new members as a part of the AV family. Thank you so much to Darren there, an absolute legend here on the channel, always helping us out. And to those 5 new members, make sure you thank Darren for his generosity. Really do appreciate that. Looks like we've got this Jetstar A320 coming out of the hangar on Chugg here. Going to make its way over towards Terminal 4. We've got the awesome Terminal 4 viewing here. Being able to get relatively close up to the planes here that are at Terminal 3 and 4. So we've got the Cathay 777 on pushback now out of the international terminal. So it looks like they're generally using runway 27 for arrivals for all the narrows, which is very frustrating. But with westerly winds, there's not much we can do about that. They're always going to favour runway 27 with those westerly winds. But hopefully, all the heavies will get on runway 34 for their arrivals, and most stuff hopefully will depart off runway 34 as well. Cathay has filed for runway 34, which is perfect for us. And here's that Jetstar A320 making its way into Terminal 4. Matt saying that Garuda has filed for 27. Hopefully that somehow changes. And Philippines apparently filed for runway 27 as well. So not news we want to hear early this morning, using 27 for those departures, but we'll have to live with it, I guess. So we'll pan over to this Cathay 777 that's about to remove that tug. And Jim has been a member for 5 months in the Boeing 737 class membership tier. Thank you so much, Jim. Awesome to have you on board for 5 months. You're 1 month away from that half-a-year mark to grab that gold fireworks sticker. But really do appreciate the last 5 months of your support. So not too much in the way of super interesting movements on the radar this morning. Lots of 7-3s just starting to ping for their departures off to their respective destinations. Few mainly milk runs up to Sydney that we'll get. We do have an Air New Zealand A320 Neo arriving on runway 27 from Christchurch. As they continue to favour that runway, we will lose pretty much all the narrows to 27. But once the departures start, we'll be able to get all those narrow departures a little bit later on. And Blick saying, has everyone got their coffee? Yes, make sure you've got your coffee all sorted as we prepare to be in the long haul for an awesome stream here. I've definitely got my coffee going. It's getting a bit on the cold side though. I bought it about an hour ago now. And Darren asking, can the A380 only land on runway 16 and 34? Technically, it can land on 27 or 09, but it won't. It'll always go 16 and 34. And if the winds stay for 34, that'll be a awesome arrival that we'll be able to catch instead of that typical 16 arrival blocked by the terminals. We'll actually be able to get a very visible arrival, just like the Singapore A350 that we saw about 15-20 minutes ago. Let me know in the chat as well what coffee is on the menu for this morning. I've fixed myself a latte this morning. But let me know what you've gone for this morning. Matt's fixed himself with a milk water. Is that Japanese? Very nice. So we've got this Virgin Australia 737 here on taxiway Juliet, going to make its departure off runway 34, heading up to Sydney as VA 815. Just pulled out of Terminal 3 and making its way also up to runway 34 will be ZL18, the Regional Express 737, also going up to Sydney on a milk run. Not 100% sure what the Virgin Australia is waiting for its lineup. There's nothing on final for runway 34. So turning on the runway 34 now is that Virgin Australia 737 heading up to Sydney.
Just before on your screen, that runway 27 departure was Virgin Australia flight VA 677 heading off to Perth. And now we have a Jetstar A321neo on tug heading towards Terminal 4 for its imminent domestic departure to likely the Gold Coast a little bit later on. Yep, Gold Coast at 8:40 a.m. is JQ434. That's been repositioned from the international terminal and surprisingly not being pushed back across the entire length of the airport. Very surprising if you ask me. And Max, I think you can agree with me on this one. When it comes to coffee choice, vanilla latte is well up there.
Oh yeah.
As a personal favorite. The little splash of that vanilla flavoring is just heaven. And slowing down there on runway 27 is a Qantas 717. And then on departure here on runway 34, it's all happening at the moment. Very, very busy. It's going to be Virgin Australia flight VA 815 off to Sydney as well. You can see just behind it is that Air New Zealand as well. Lots of different tails here this morning, plenty to see. Turning onto runway 34 now on taxiway Juliet, we have Qantas flight QF410, also off to Sydney, so it's going to chase behind that Virgin very, very closely. And good morning, Bryan. Thanks for tuning in and joining Max and myself up here at the Terminal 4 car park at Melbourne Airport. Ooh, Max, that wind is a bit...
Yeah, my hand's getting cold.
Yeah, it's got that real icy factor, doesn't it? And as Australia starts transitioning more into winter, we're going to be dealing with this a lot more often, I think. And there goes that 737. have some heavies coming in very, very soon. Starting off as the first heavy, I think, of the little patch is going to be the Vietnam Airlines A350, or as I like to say, the Max Special. And that's going to be arriving in about 15 minutes or so, coming in from the south. Taking a different flight path, but the flight path that it is taking is meaning that it's going to definitely land on runway 34. There's no 50-50, there's no toss-up, it's going to land on runway 34, which is just what we want. Making its way up there to runway 34 now, towards taxiway Juliet. We have that Rex 737 off to Sydney as well as ZL18. Sydney's a popular route this morning. And on screen there we have that Cathay Pacific 777 operating as CX134 off to Hong Kong. This particular service is very up in the air. It used to be a daily service operated by A350s pre-pandemic, and then since the pandemic it has been operating very, very sporadically depending on demand. But now Cathay is ramping up their services pretty much across the board. So we've been seeing a lot more of the night flights back, and the morning flight has also become a little bit more present. For the longest time, we've only had Cathay Pacific at about 1 time a day, down from about 3. And that is just the usual afternoon flight, the 12 p.m. arrival and the 2:30 p.m. departure. So it's good to have a bit of variety, a bit of diversity back with the timetables. And particularly having the 777 in daylight, always nice to see. Pre-pandemic, they only flew the night flights, while the other 2 flights were operated by the A350. And Peter has just generously gifted 1 aviation videography membership. Peter, thank you so much, mate. That is much appreciated. It goes a long way to help Max and I out in doing what we do and bring you live plane spotting from Melbourne Airport and around the world. So Red Hill, do make sure to thank Peter for his very, very generous gift, allowing you to access all the perks of an Airbus A350 class member for the next month. After that, you will have to renew it if it's something you're interested in doing. But if not, enjoy your free months of aviation videography membership. So Philippines has unfortunately decided to follow along with what FlightAware has been telling me, and it's going to be taking off on runway 27 very, very soon. Sort of will go alongside Cathay Pacific by the looks of it. So Cathay Pacific is taxiing quite up north there, heading towards entry point Kilo, which is the very, very end of runway 34. And should put on a great show for us as it powers up off to Hong Kong with those massive GE90s. On screen as well, we have Qantas flight QF414 off to Sydney. It's kind of weird that it took 27, to be honest. Usually they're sending the northeast departures off 34 this morning. So there shouldn't be much hesitation with this Cathay Pacific, as there is no runway 34 arrivals for the next 10 minutes or so. So the only thing it's got to watch out for is a couple of maybe narrow bodies that might slow it down as they come into runway 27. So it's good to be able to actually get this one. Last week Max said that the fog was just horrendous when it departed, so we weren't able to catch it, and it went to 27 of all runways, which I've always found a little bit on the rarer side. Cathay Pacific will tend to use 34 and 16. Runway 27 seems to be really a dime a dozen. Like it's not the most common thing in the world. And Melbourne Plane Spotting asks, is there any night plane spotting in Melbourne coming up? Yes, but we really have to pick the right night. Melbourne is a very tricky airport, to say the least. You have to really get the right elements, otherwise it's not going to be a good stream. So once we can sort of isolate and figure out which night's going to work best for what we want, then we can try and plan something on the day. The elements that we're sort of going for is northeast winds, maybe at about 7 to 8 knots, so it's just strong enough to sort of force everything down runway 34, but not strong enough to cause too many problems with the equipment, as we're going to be setting up at night outside the perimeter fence, which, for those who are familiar with the grounds of Melbourne Airport, it's dark, so if anything gets blown over or does anything, like it's long gone. So we've got to like make sure we do this right and do it safe. But yes, it will eventually happen before we leave to Europe. So Cathay Pacific still just waiting there at the end of the runway. Looks like Philippines has turned on to runway 27 and spooled up, operating as PR 210 off to Manila. Amelia, yes, you are certainly correct with that. It's not really as close and clustered as Sydney is because of that curfew. For reference, I'm just going to quickly have a look at tonight's departure rush, just to get a little bit of a reference point out there. So we have a couple of departures, you know, around 8:30 to 9:30. That's kind of the busiest time for the international departures. We've got one departure at 10:30, and then after that there's a couple of departures at 11:30. Like, it's very, very spaced out. Then you got a couple more at midnight. So really have to choose the right night in all regards. Otherwise it's going to be a very, very bleak stream. And a Saturday night will not work, because the busiest time for Melbourne at night is when the freight stuff happens on the weekdays. So there's a lot of planning involved. But Max and I, we're on the job. We're going to make sure that we get a good night stream up. So Cathay Pacific is still being told to hold short there. Absolutely, we do there. Magic happens. Send it on through. So for those who are enjoying the stream, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps Max and I out a ton. It's the best free way to support the channel and to support what we do here. The more likes we get, the more guarantee we have to be able to continue doing these live streams. If you want to see more, do make sure to hit that like button, to hit that subscribe button. By hitting the subscribe button, you're going to be notified when Max schedules a stream. We try and do Thursday and Saturday morning streams on aviation videography. However, sometimes that will change depending on certain situations and certain conditions. So if you want to be notified, hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell notification button as well, and we will be able to see you on each stream that we do. And deeper, nope, no news on Air Canada. Not going to hear that for a while, I don't think. I think they've got other intentions at the moment. And TriStar Darren's Vietnam 350 for the win. And Magic Happens is excited for the Max's special. I love that it's just got its own nickname. You know what I saw the other day, Max?
What?
Well, we got a Max's special, and there's now a Sam special. But it's not a plane.
What's the Sam special?
The Sam special is a baby chino. I had to meet up with him to get some of the equipment, and we went to McDonald's just to have some breakfast. And lo and behold, the baby chino came out again. That's the second time in a row there, Max. A milky delight to wake up to. Wow, that wind is frosty. And honestly, I have no idea what Cathy is doing. And in terms of new possible routes to Melbourne, I think there's a couple of Chinese airlines that are going to be doing some stuff. I think Junior from Melbourne to Shanghai is rumoured to start soon. Tianjin are rumoured to come back. Aside from that, nothing really on the top of my head has been announced lately. We've got some other things like Latam, which was announced a while ago. LL was they haven't given firm dates, but they've expressed that they will definitely come here, so they've given some certainty on that. Turkish Airlines is apparently coming here. That's really about it, I think, that I can think of. And it looks like the Cathay Pacific has waited long enough that it's going to be blocked by some of those 3-4 departures, or 3-4 arrivals, sorry. And coming in on final approach, we have the MAX special, which is Vietnam Airlines flight VN781, landing from Ho Chi Minh City. And yes, Melbourne is Australia's biggest city. Who would have thought? We've taken over Sydney.
Biggest?
Population-wise.
Oh, right. Yeah, I was going to say, Sydney's the biggest city. Population, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Melbourne Airport doesn't really reflect the population size difference.
No, not at all.
Not even close. I think comparing Sydney and Melbourne is not even a fair competition. It's two different leagues. Melbourne's, maybe mid-tier, and Sydney would be like upper middle. Packs a punch. I was looking at the arrival rush this morning. It looks amazing. Max's Chariot inbound. There it is. If only we had a behind the scenes camera, because you can see Max jumping with joy.
was Vietnam Airlines Flight 781 arriving in from Ho Chi Minh City on runway 34. Looks like Cathy is now on the move. CX 134 heading back to Hong Kong. Now at the heading towards the top of runway 34. So an awesome butter arrival from that Vietnam, and now we get a fantastic heavy takeoff. A newer addition for the streams, this Cathy 777. And then arriving straight away after this departure will be China Southern Flight 321 arriving in from Guangzhou. The A350-900 is on final for runway 34. The power of the GE90s, that is right, magic happens. Absolutely stunning, sound is absolutely awesome. And that A350 is about 1 minute out, not even, about 30 seconds before coming on screen. And we've got a bit of contrast clouds over there towards the south of the airport, bit of sort of pinky blue skies to create a nice little backdrop for these arrivals. Looks like that Malaysia A330 has been circling as well, but is headed on its way down for a runway 34 arrival, hopefully. At this stage it looks promising, but it could randomly go to 27, you never know. That really prolonged its touchdown there. It took a while to actually hit the runway. So looks like in the poll we've got most people vouching for the A380 for the best catch for today's stream. About 60%. And Malaysia is about 10 minutes away, now making its way down. It's just over Romsey at the moment. So not too far away. That is the Malayan Tiger livery. So that's MTG for the registration. And Thai Airways, the A350, is about 20 minutes away, arriving in from Bangkok. It took a bit of a weird pathway to get towards the airport. Might be trying to avoid some rain or something. I'm not 100% sure. And the Shanghai Dreamliner is about 30 minutes away as well. So we've got a continued awesome rush of heavies arriving in. We've also got that Garuda that's on the right hand side of your screen there. The A330 that it has filed for a runway 27 departure. But wouldn't it just be beautiful if it decided to turn left and come down to runway 34 for its departure? It's actually going to Denpasar, not Jakarta. If Bartik can do it, surely Garuda can too. That's my logic. And Aldre saying, is there a new airline parked up there at YMML? I see some 737s, but don't recognize the livery. Garuda has refiled for 34. Perfect. My logic stands corrected. Yes, down on the sort of towards the bottom of your screen there, we have Bonza, which is a newer livery that's just started services in the last couple of months. It's fantastic to have a new airline with an awesome livery as well, the purple. Operating their 737 Maxes to various places around the country. More rural places as well. They're not doing your typical sort of milk run flights. They're doing more regional flights. So they got flights to Rockhampton, Bundaberg, I think Mildura, and they're pretty much every week or so adding a new service in as well for the next little while. So. And the third busiest airport in Australia, yeah, it'd have to be Brisbane, which is sad to see that that's our third busiest, because it's not really that much of a busy airport. It's pretty quiet, mainly a narrow body airport, but it's still an awesome place to go plane spotting. You get some good weather up there, it's fantastic. So Malaysia is making its way down for runway 34 arrival, making that gentle right-hand bank that indicates it's coming down to runway 34, and not the dreaded 90-degree turn, left-hand turn that will mean it goes to to 27. So that'll be a fantastic catch. Following the arrivals that we had of the the China Southern and the Vietnam that both landed on runway 34 just beforehand. And Space Needle, thank you so much for tuning in. Awesome to have you in here today. And Mario as well, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in. Holiday season must be fast approaching, Matt. We've got cars galore up here at the terminal car park.
Weekend travelers.
Yeah, that's it. Our winter holidays are fast approaching though, where everyone sort of has a bit of a bigger break. Mainly schools and stuff have a 2 or 3 week break. So in a lot of places in the world it's almost summer break, which is the extensive break that we have in November to January and February. So Garuda there making its way to the end of runway 34. That is flight GA719 departing off to Denpasar. which will catch its departure very shortly as it makes its way down taxiway Kilo. And we got Vince in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in from Las Vegas. Hope you're doing well. We will have a international runway 27 departure as well, a narrow body international departure. It'll be Qantas flight 177 heading off to Queenstown in the 737-800. We also will have a Rex Saab runway 34 arrival. That's our next on final for runway 34. That'll be ZL3752 arriving in from Mount Gambier. Looks like Garuda might turn and burn here. Icy winds this morning, making our plane spotting ever so uncomfortable right now. Hands are absolutely frozen. So that Regional Express Saab 340 ZL3752 is our next runway 34 arrival, and following that we have that Malayan Tiger livery, the A330-300 arriving in from Kuala Lumpur as MH149. Also got the Qantas One World 330 on tug. Should be heading into one of the hard stands here, quite possibly next to that Brunei. Yep, it's going to make its way into those hard stands at the top of Terminal 3. I'm assuming that will go as the Delhi flight, maybe? I don't know which 330 they used for that flight. Could be the Singapore flight as well. Or it could just be a random Perth flight. And Peter with a US $2 super chat. Thank you so much, mate, for your awesome support. Really do appreciate that. Says, what is the longest plane ride in Australia? Internally within Australia, I'd say maybe like Cairns, Perth. That'd be longer. What? Surely they fly Cairns to Perth. Brisbane, Perth? I'd say Brisbane, Perth would probably be a bit longer. About the same, really. Yeah, something like that. Something Brisbane or Sydney to Perth.
Darwin or Melbourne is like 4.5 hours.
They do Darwin Hobart? Sure. Probably not. And the longest plane ride from Australia at the moment would be Perth, London. Perth to Gold Coast, right. Isn't Gold Coast more south than Brisbane though? Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? But it's more east, is that right? Yeah, I guess so. Right, okay. Yeah. Alright, Malaysian A330 is about to arrive on runway 34. MH149 arriving in from Kuala Lumpur. Very, very butter arrival there from that Malaysia A330 and an awesome catch. And looks like the Thai A350-900 arriving in from Bangkok is unfortunately going to go to runway 27. That's pain if I've ever felt it before. That there was Qantas flight 675 departing off to Adelaide in the 737-800 for Qantas, wearing the older Roo livery. Looks like we might be getting a couple of spritz of rain. Doesn't look too bad though. Hopefully this, the rain was really over the bay this morning, and it's raining quite south of Melbourne, but I think the airport, being more inland and a bit more northern, should be relatively safe from the rain, hopefully. Our next departure is QF767 departing off to Perth in A330-200. by the way, we do have our air traffic control, the scanner on the way. Matt is going to head down and grab some batteries now. Our scanner only runs on some batteries, and they died in the last stream, and in the rush of this morning we weren't able to grab any while coming up here. We're running a little bit behind schedule to grab them, so he's going to head down now to the terminal to pick some up, so we can have the air traffic control working in the background there. So sorry for the absence of that at the moment, but it is on the way. And thank you everyone in the chat there, reminding everyone to hit the like button. Really do appreciate that, absolutely. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please consider it. It helps out the channel a million. And helps us reach more and more people so we can have an even bigger show. And if you're enjoying the stream and want to see more, then make sure you click the subscribe button. We have plenty of aviation content here at Aviation Videography with weekly videos. And 2 streams here at Melbourne a week, and Matt and I are almost getting to our massive world tour of 2023, which I'll share with you guys in just a moment. But Hayden with a $5 super chat says, "Hi Max and Matt, I hope you two have not forgotten about the sushi drama." Definitely not. I think I've moved on, but I don't think Matt has. He's been trying to seek revenge on me this morning. But it's all love in the end. No harm between us. But I think I've definitely moved on from the sushi drama. He's definitely still keeping it close to heart. So as I said before, Matt and I are going on a major world tour this year, and I'll show you. There's actually a that one of those private jets. The Bombardier 6000 looks like it's going to use runway 34 for a departure, so we'll catch that. We've also got a Jetstar A320 departure off to Sydney, so we'll catch those, and then I will circle back to our massive world tour. And Darren there saying we've got over 250 likes here today. If you haven't already, please consider giving Max and Matt a like. Thank you so much everyone. That we've already hit 250, and we're not even an hour and a half into streaming. You only been streaming for an hour. That's awesome. That's got to be pretty much record beating here for Melbourne stream. So really do appreciate that. So I think the Jetstar A320 should be the first one to go here off taxiway Juliet, and the Bombardier Global 6000 is on taxiway Kilo, and that should go straight away after. And magic happens saying, I think I'm going up plane spotting today at Sunshine Coast Airport, hopefully catching the Qantas Link 717. That's awesome, mate. Hopefully the weather checks out for you, and you can catch that fantastic pocket rocket. So have a blast, mate. That's awesome to hear. And Ed says, good morning from New Zealand. Good morning, mate. Hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for tuning in on this Saturday morning. And if you're just tuning in, you have no idea what you're watching. My name is Max, and I'm your host for today here for Aviation Videography, live streaming at Melbourne Tullamarine International Airport. It is Saturday morning here at about 8:20, and I've got Matt from HD Melbourne Aviation, if you're familiar with that channel. He's helping me out today. And as I said before, he's headed down to the terminal for a few moments to grab some batteries to get this air traffic control scanner working. So that Bombardier Global is actually going to go first. Not sure what its destination is, but awesome catch nevertheless. We do have the Thai A350 that's now touching down on runway 27, unfortunately stolen by runway 27. And we've got a £5 super chat from Noonie. Hopefully I've said that right. Noonie Logic says, such lovely images from halfway around the world. Thanks guys, a UK viewer. Well, thank you so much for tuning in all the way from the UK. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely Friday evening over there. Very late actually over there now in the UK. But I really do appreciate having you in here today and for your donation. That means a lot to myself. Melbourne, Australia Tours says greetings from Sydney, or greetings to you, mate. Thanks for tuning in. All right, this Bombardier Global is on the move. Very loud car moving over here. It's heading into that weekend time, and also I'm not sure when school holidays start, but I feel like they've already started because there is a lot of people all parking up here at level 6 here at Terminal 4 car park. Usually you only get a few cars up here, but seems to be that the other levels must be filling up pretty quickly. Alright, so that Jetstar A320 there on your screen, that's heading up to Sydney, is JQ502, now making its way off of Taxiway Juliet onto runway 3 for its departure to operate a milk run. And not far away, in about 5-10 minutes time, we've got the Shanghai Airlines 787 Dreamliner wearing the 100 years livery. It's going to be arriving hopefully on runway 34. We will wait and see, take a rain check on whether that comes down to 34 or pulls the Thai Airways and goes to runway 27. It should come to runway 34. And It's Not 35 says the school holiday started on 22nd of June. Well, that's an entire month away, so I feel like this just must be weekend travelers, but I've been here pretty much every weekend for the last month and it's never this busy. So maybe everyone's escaping the the horrible weather of Melbourne. Nice and chilly and cold this morning. Alright, so this Jetstar A320 should start rolling now that Thai Airways A350 has crossed runway 27. And the 27 arrival has also made its way across. Here we go. Like they're doing some the waterwork training over there. And here comes that Thai A350 now making its way into that international terminal here at Melbourne T2. Look at that, triple purple, Thai and 2 Bonzes, that's fantastic. So as I mentioned before, Matt and I are going on a massive world tour this year. We're going to Europe, North America and New Zealand between the end of June and the end of November. So I've got a graphic I'll put up. Let me know. The audio is still really weird with it. I've been trying to fix it, but it's for some reason not working. So when I put the graphic on, you won't be able to hear me. But let us know what city of yours or what city you like the most that we're going to be traveling to do live streams and plane spotting. So let us know as I put the graphic up now. Awesome to see so many of you guys in the chat letting us know what cities you are most excited for. So we head off to Europe on the 28th of June, and we're there until I think August 14th. So all those locations in between then. And then we have a couple-week break back here in Melbourne, myself and Matt, to catch up on some well-needed rest. And then we will head off to the US and Canada from September 1st to October 30th, I believe, so 2 months away. Then we're back here for another month, and then we head off to New Zealand just for a few days, just a quick trip to do some live streams at Auckland. So we've got an awesome year ahead. Very, very excited. And Amelia, we are going to Zurich. I might have left it out on the graphic. We are definitely going to Zurich though, I promise. I might have accidentally left that out. So most locations will have live streams, not all of them. Unfortunately, we do have to split up at times, and with the equipment, it's a little bit hard to manage it. As there's some places where we do have to fly, and you can't really bring all of that equipment on some of the flights by yourself to do a successful stream. Looks like the rain is really starting to settle in a little bit here over the airport. Hopefully that doesn't get too close to us. Need Matt to return very shortly to help me out with the waterproofing of everything if it does come in quickly. That rain is right over the airport. Oh no, it's already hitting. So the Shanghai Dreamliner arriving in from Shanghai, MU737, is almost arriving here on runway 34. It's about 5 minutes out. Glad you guys are enjoying that graphic and are excited for the tour. Matt and I are very excited. And Amelia saying, I'm out west and the rain has stopped. Was just a very quick shower. That's comforting news. Hopefully the rain doesn't hit us too hard here. So this Qantas Dreamliner is going to most likely head into one of these hard stands on the southern side of the airport, on the south side of Terminal 4. Or it may be heading to the hangar. It's making a very weird one. a very weird taxiing route on that tug. There's not too much departure action at the moment. They're using runway 27 for a lot of movement, so unfortunately we're not getting the gist of everything that we'd like to. But stick with us as we have plenty of stuff that's going to head our way to runway 34, and some 27 departures we'll be able to see as well. And Graham saying going to get a coffee before Singapore arrives. Awesome, mate. Definitely a coffee will be needed, and it will be awesome to see that Singapore A380 arrival on the other side there on Operations Road. A couple of aircraft definitely are now heading up to runway 34 for their departure. We've got a Qantas Link 717, which has not popped up on radar for some reason, but we do have Qantas Flight 608. It's a 737-800. It's going to be heading up to Brisbane as QF608. And the 717 now has just popped up on radar. That's going to be Qantas Flight 1514 heading off to the nation's capital at Canberra. And g'day Donald, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Awesome to have you here today. Today was definitely the day. Today was definitely not the day to forget my gloves. Bought some gloves a couple of weeks ago in case the cold winds would get to me while I'm streaming, and I forgot them. All right, Qantas Flight 1514 is on taxiway Juliet. Should be making its way onto the runway very, very shortly. The little pocket rocket, they make the amazing departures, very, very high angle departures. And the rain is starting to settle in a little bit here. So I think that 7-1 is just waiting for a couple of 27 arrivals to cross over the top of towards runway 16. And the plane guy, yes, this is the Terminal 4 car park here at Melbourne, which is very, very filling up very, very quickly. There's a lot of people parking. I haven't seen this in a while. So the Shanghai shouldn't be too far away. It is on final for runway 34 now. So an awesome Dreamliner arrival. So when it's on screen, make sure you chuck in those 787 stickers in the chat for all our members. And if you are not a member, you can become one so that you can join in on the sticker fun there. There's a lot of car turbulence, lots of people shutting their doors, and it makes the ground shake a little bit, and the wind is not helpful as well. So it looks like there's a lot of vibration on the camera there. So I reckon these departures are going to wait for the Shanghai Dreamliner arrival. So that is our next one, MU737 arriving in from Shanghai. It's got the 100-year livery on it for Shanghai Airlines. It's operating as a China Eastern flight. MU, the call sign, is a China Eastern call sign, but it is the Shanghai aircraft itself. And if I pan across here, you can't even see it. Just before you're able to see the aircraft on final, but at the moment you can't see it at all. This low visibility. So another Saturday of wild conditions. If you tuned into last Saturday's stream, we had fog galore. We had about an hour and a half of zero visibility. You couldn't see pretty much anything. Hopefully that this rain doesn't make that happen today. So this Qantas Dreamliner arrived in earlier from LAX, the LAX Express, and now is going to park up at one of the hard stands here, awaiting its later departure. And Shanghai is now touching down. And on pushback as well, in the corner of your screen, we've got that Air India 787-8 Dreamliner. That's going to take off to Delhi as AI 309. We'll make a runway 34 departure. Looks like we have a Jetstar A320 as JQ 854 departing off to Hamilton Island, up at the top of runway 34. So the Honeymoon Express, as we like to call it here at AV, off to Hamilton Island, a very popular destination for couples. Waiting at the top of runway 34 there. We'll make its departure very shortly. Here it goes. Qantas flight 1514 heading off to the nation's capital, Canberra. Looks like it's just waiting for, I think, an arrival. Yeah, it's waiting for an arrival on runway 27. And magic happens. The Air India 787 Dreamliner will always use runway 16 or 34 for its departure. It's a 12-hour flight. It rarely ever goes runway 27, and it's just over here. It has to push back that way, but it will make the left-hand turn, the double left-hand turn to come down to runway 34 for its departure. So we're just trying to waterproof some stuff as the rain is starting to settle in a little bit here. Cool, mate. I got over it on Tuesday. Matt went and bought sushi. So while it's been raining and I need Matt here, he went and got sushi for himself just to rub it in my face. I got over it on Tuesday, man. I wasn't getting over anything. I didn't care.
It's delicious.
around the lens, that hole.
Oh, right. You get that far.
Okay, hold the umbrella on.
Just a second, guys. We're just trying to waterproof the all the equipment here as the rain has started to settle in. Just gotta watch out for that mic cord there. Sorry about the sorry about that at the moment.
I've seen what's happening. Throw it the wrong way.
Just pull it off. And TriStar Darren has gifted 5 aviation videography memberships. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. That's the another 5 for today. You're a true legend, mate. Really do appreciate it. That's is that on? What's the next focus?
Have you got touch focus on?
What?
There's touch focus on the screen.
There we go. So thank you so much, Darren. Really do appreciate it. You're a true legend, mate. Your support is always very cherished here at Aviation Videography. All right, everything seems to be a little bit more waterproof now. So sorry about that. So that Air India 787 Dreamliner heading off to Delhi is on its way down to runway 34 for its departure. And Was Radio says, I need to go take my wife shopping. Thanks for everything you guys do for live streams. So happy to be a part of this family officially. Let's rock tonight. Thank you so much, mate, for tuning in. Awesome to have your support. As I said earlier, really do appreciate your shout out on your radio show the other day. I think it's called Highlands FM. So thank you so much, mate. And awesome to have you on board as a part of the Aviation Videography family as well. We really do appreciate it. Have a great day, and we'll see you next time. So our next departure from Runway 34 is going to be Qantas Flight 171 heading off to Wellington in New Zealand, the 737-800. Our next departure is going to be QF Flight 422 departing off to Sydney, another 737-800. Apparently it's some loading issues that... Let me know if the lag still is persisting.
I had the same thing when it rained.
Right.
And it like crashed.
Oh really? Okay, don't say that.
It's like for some reason the rain went to it's like
could be something, yeah. I think it's just the rain is just causes some internet issues. So hopefully it's not too bad. Looks okay for now, so hopefully that the internet doesn't cause too many problems as we wait for these departures. And Darren's saying it's all good now. All right, perfect. Let's hope it stays that way. And a lot of delays on these runway 34 departures today, as they are lots of 27 arrivals causing some issues. Plane's been waiting up at 34 for ages, especially that Cathay 777 earlier. Waited for ages. Here we go. the rain seems to have cleared a little bit, which is good.
I'm worried that the umbrella actually blocks some of the signal. Because that's what...
Yeah, it could do.
I don't know how it works. I think it would, but...
No, you probably wouldn't, because the routers should be fine, but either way. Our next departure is Virgin Australia Flight 823, operating a milk run up to Sydney off runway 34. They just exited taxiway Juliet onto the runway, and not too far away from that Air India 787 Dreamliner departure. And Nicola asking, why does Qantas buy 737-800s? They've had them for ages, but they are starting, I think they're starting to phase them out over time and replacing them with the A220s.
I think it's A220 Neos. A220s are for the 7-1s.
I thought that was what the Embraers were for. Aren't we getting Embraers as well? The E190s? No? Am I thinking of another airline?
I don't think the Embraers are meant to take over the 7-1s. They got some deal going on there with Alliance. And absolutely TriStar Darren, the old livery on those 737s is definitely getting rarer and rarer. A sight we're not going to see for too much longer, I think. And there it is, climbing out into a dreary Melbourne sky. Air India is now making its way over there to runway 34 and entering from taxiway Kilo. I think one thing we definitely want to do in terms of live streams is get right up to that golf course. There's a particular spot there where that India is going to right now, where they taxi right up towards you and then turn onto the runway.
Yep.
It's probably one of the most epic angles that we have here at Melbourne, so we're looking forward to doing that. Ideally, we wanted to do something like that today, or Jellybrand Hill, or anything sort of different, but the weather just did not permit.
Yeah, we need the roof covering when it rains like this. Otherwise, it's just too hard to keep all the equipment dry.
That's it. It's just not possible.
And Chris with a $20 super chat says, hi guys from LA, loving today's stream. You've got a great spot to catch everything on 3-4. Sorry about the rain. Just booked a cruise from Sydney for next Feb for our 50th anniversary. Hoping to get to Melbourne too. Thank you so much, mate. That is, it's awesome, to get these awesome spots, catching these awesome 3-4 departures and arrivals. And yeah, the rain, it's typical Melbourne, always happens. We're used to it, so we always come prepared for the rain to hit us. And that's an awesome cruise, mate, for a 50th anniversary as well. Having an absolute blast with that, mate. And yes, if you can get down to Melbourne, definitely worth coming to Melbourne. It's awesome here. So thank you so much for your donation, mate. Really do appreciate that. Your generosity is too kind, mate. Thank you so much.
And just to add on to that, always worth coming down to Melbourne, weather permitted.
Weather permitted, yes.
Weather permitted.
That's it.
The famous last words.
Yeah.
But Chris, thanks so much, mate. Much appreciated. And look at Miles just really trying to rub it in there. Morning, Max and Matt, and mods and chat. Beautiful blue skies in Sydney, just saying. Yep.
Is it?
That's great. Love that.
We'd love some of that.
Yeah, could you send it down this way, please?
Just while we stream would be great, thanks.
Yeah, once we finish streaming, whatever happens, happens.
That's it.
But it seems to go the other way. It rains while we're streaming, and then the second we stop, it clears up.
Yep. Yeah, this afternoon will be beautiful and sunny once we pack up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Always is.
That's just how it works. Here goes AI 309 off to Delhi. Air India 7879 8 Dreamliner. come on, Miles, at the end of the day, sharing is caring. And you won't see it on the camera there, but there is a little bit of blue sky sort of peeking towards the northwest of the airport. You never know, we might actually get a bit of sun. You can never count it out here at Melbourne. You can get some of the most dreary, terrible weather you've ever seen in your life. No, you can never count it out. See, look at that. You've got a little part in the sky there that's cleared up. And that could indicate, like, you know, clear blue skies in 20 minutes.
I don't trust it at all.
No, neither. And look at that. Kevin's saying it's been lovely in the UK as well. So I guess we're just, you know, whatever weather gods there are, they just don't like us right now.
No.
That's what it is.
Typical Melbourne weather gods.
And it's funny because for the last 3 days it's been nice weather.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a very typical thing. But both Max and I have had commitments and not being able to actually come out and stream. But the one day we're free, the one day, or the one morning.
The one morning we have our Saturday show.
And it rains.
It rains. Of course it does.
You know, people would look back at all these playbacks and be like, wow, Melbourne is such like a rainy place. It's just all it does is rain.
Yeah, literally.
When in reality, it's just when we're not streaming, it's fine.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, I can't even tell you. Like, yesterday I was in the southeast suburbs, and it was beautiful. Like, it was clear skies and everything. At 11 o'clock.
It was nice yesterday. It was very nice.
It was, and I was looking and I was driving home and I'm like, oh, it's a perfect day for a stream. Perfect day.
Yeah.
If only I brought my gear with me.
That's it, yeah.
And departing off runway 27, we have Virgin Australia flight VA 1316 off to Hobart, Tasmania. And TriStar Darren, it's certainly a great combination there. The Air New Zealand livery on those Neos. Hopefully they put one of the A320 Neos in the All Blacks game. That's one of the only aircraft types that they have that don't actually possess that livery.
Don't they now have an A321 with the Star Alliance?
They do.
All Black?
We're going to get that when we go to Auckland.
Yes, we will.
Until it gets stuck on Christchurch, Wellington.
Yep.
Indefinitely. Just for the 4 days we're there.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And then I'll go down to Christchurch and I'll get stuck on Auckland's Nandi.
Yeah, literally.
Or break down or something.
Yeah. That's the way it goes when we're doing anything.
Yeah, if you're trying to get anything in particular, you won't get it.
Yeah, that's it. So it looks like the United 787 Dreamliner from San Francisco is going to make its way to runway 34 for its arrival. And I think we're going to lose the Qantas 330 from Singapore. Yeah, that's going 27. And not far away as well, we have that Singapore Airlines Airbus A380 arriving in from Singapore, SQ237. We caught its re-inaugural departure on our live stream on Tuesday, and now we're going to be able to catch its arrival this morning. First time catching that on a live stream here at Melbourne arriving, so that'll be a fantastic catch.
I don't mean to cut you off. Is that Air New Zealand going 3-4?
It is.
This is impossible.
This is impossible. What a day of what's going on.
What a wacky day of operations. Clearly, like, there's someone new in the tower who doesn't know how this place works yet. He hasn't been told off. Yeah, I like this guy. I feel like if I was in the tower, I'd make a few changes to the runway ops.
I would completely get rid of 27.
Yeah, 27 would be like used as a, you know, only in certain situations. It's kind of like, I would use it like Sydney would use 25. Has to be really strong westerlies for me to even consider it. And then what about the congestion? Like, don't worry about that. We're just going to like get planes to take off and land closer together.
That's it.
That will remove all congestion. So that would be brilliant. And already, like, we're looking at a plane spot as heaven. And if managed right, It'd be great. If managed right. And we'll sometimes send just like crappy stuff over to 2.7. Like, you know, stuff that we get 100 times a day, like the old 737 from Qantas or Virgin. You might have to unscrunch the end. Bear with us for just a second, guys, because we're removing the wet weather gear now that the rain has subsided for now. There we go. Oh, the camera looks so exposed. So naked. And Miles there gifting 10 memberships. Miles, you absolute superstar. Holy moly, we'll get to that in just a second. We'll film this Virgin Australia 737 departure off to Cairns as VA 1293. Sparing no time at all. We've got the elusive Air New Zealand Airbus A320 Neo departing off to Auckland as NZ120. So definitely the guy in the tower has no idea that this thing is meant to go 2.7 at all times and at all costs.
He hasn't read the full contract yet.
That's it. He's the kind of guy who just skimmed the contract over. Like, like things gone 2.7. Yep, no worries. Didn't read like the exact things that had to go there. Miles just gifted 10 memberships there, Max.
That's awesome. That is legendary status. Thank you so much, mate. You're way too kind. That's awesome to have 10 new members on board on behalf of Miles. Thank you so much, mate.
Truly do appreciate that. So it looks like we've got Graham, Simon Carr, Wendy B, Jason, Chris, Gus Leon, Harsh, Alisa, DW, and Heckenhausen have all become members as courtesy from Miles. So do make sure to thank him for the free month of aviation videography membership. You're going to now have access to stickers and everything that's available to members in the chat. You've got your own little special membership badges now. And on top of all that, you're going to be able to access the member-only videos, which are slowly but surely being produced more and more as we get back into the swing of things. Could not agree more there, TriStar Darren. My kind of guy too. He doesn't simp to the rules. He makes his own rules.
So our next heavy arrival on runway 34 is going to be the United 787 Dreamliner UA60 arriving in from San Francisco.
Legendary.
And Rez saying, imagine driving on the freeway and you just see an A380 above your head. You actually can if you're driving on the
Colder.
Yeah, or the M80.
M80, yeah.
Usually on my early morning drive, when we were starting the streams at 6:30, I'd be driving near the airport around 5:30, and that's when Emirates usually lands. So I usually would, if they're using 3-4, I'd fly right over while I was driving it. It's very cool, except it's so dark, you can't really see much.
It was actually yesterday. I had Singapore fly right over because I was going along the Calder.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Cool little experience. I've also had a few other things as I've driven along the Calder and looked up and been like, what is that? Like I had the F-22s land, like for the air show. Remember how they came back?
Oh, yeah.
I saw them land over me while I was driving on the Calder. Sometimes there'll be Hercs, C-17s, and you're just looking up, just like, what? When?
Yeah.
Why? And departing off runway 34 now, we have the Rex 737-800 taking off to the Gold Coast, a ZL 658. And coming in nice and hot, we have that United 7879 from San Francisco. One of the longest flights here in Melbourne. This is a 14-hour flight? No, 15.5-hour flight. I bet there's a few passengers on there ready to stretch their legs, because that is a very, very long journey. So that would have taken off at 6 p.m. yesterday, Max. That's how long that thing's been in the air.
Yep.
Wow. Touching down there on runway 34. What a stunning livery that is. I must admit, with the gloomy conditions and the backdrop, it really does stand out. There it is, coming to a stop there and going to disembark very soon. You know, out of all the flights, this one and the Dallas flight, just imagine if you had to wait for a gate.
Oh gosh.
Just imagine the torment. All it takes is one thing to get delayed, and a Star Alliance gate will not be available.
That's it.
Departing off runway 34 now is Virgin Australia flight VA827 taking off to Sydney, about to embark on its 1-hour journey towards the north. Following closely behind that Virgin Australia 737 is the Jetstar A321neo, one of their new acquisitions. It's going to be taking off to the Gold Coast as JQ434. Some of you who've been watching the stream for the last hour may recall seeing that one actually taxi over to T4. It's good to see it actually getting out on time too, like right on time. So we go to accessing runway 34 from taxiway Juliet, if I could talk. About to embark on its 2-hour journey up to the Gold Coast. So for those who are watching, stay tuned. We have that Singapore A380 coming up very, very soon. Definitely the highlight of this morning's stream. It's going to be landing in about 15 minutes or so. So definitely don't go anywhere. That is not one you want to miss. If you're enjoying the stream, hit that like button. It helps support Max and I out a ton. It's the best free way to support the channel and to help us continue doing what we're doing here on aviation videography. If you want to see more live streams, do make sure to hit the subscribe button. We tend to try and stream on Thursdays and Saturday mornings. However, that can sometimes change depending on the weather, depending on what's going on. So the best way to be up to date is by hitting that subscribe button so you know exactly when we schedule a stream. And here goes a Jetstar A321neo. Getting very close there to 400 likes, which is incredible because we've only been streaming for 2 hours. And one in, one out. Another Jetstar A321neo heading over towards Terminal 4, likely for a departure up to either Brisbane or maybe even Adelaide. I've seen Adelaide, I think, got it a couple times recently.
Could be doing the Cairns flight.
Or could be going up to Cairns as well. Quite a few little...
What time does the Denpasar flight go?
I think Denpasar's late. It's like 5 o'clock PM. Or 6:30 or something. JQ.
No, not with JQ. There's an earlier one.
Is there?
There's usually one on the streams where we have one in the morning.
That's...
Neos. Because remember there's that rush where they all go out to Denpasar. There's Virgin that goes, Qantas goes, Jetstar goes.
Isn't that Jetstar a 787? It's not?
They switched it to a Neo.
Okay. That's like 9:30 then.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that this will be it. I think that'll be the like the Brisbane or Cairns flight. But you never know.
Yeah, I think so too. Depends where it goes. That's what we think, but behind the terminal, God knows what's around.
If they're going to park a Neo here at the international terminal, it's probably going to be on the Qantas side.
Yeah, generally. Or it's in a little nook towards the front where the Air New Zealand tail is, you know. Yeah. So we can't really see it properly.
That's right.
And look at that, TriStar Darren alerting us that we've gotten over 400 likes.
That's awesome already. That's got to be smashing some records for Melbourne streams. Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Absolutely brilliant encouragement. Brilliant. Well, both Max and I are just very glad that you're enjoying the live show. It's much appreciated. And Super 80 Swisser there is indeed, and they also have some A321neos with the same livery, which I only found out very recently when I went there. I was a bit shocked to see that exact plane. And I've seen they're flying them between Tokyo, Sapporo and Okinawa. So a few decent routes, using a similar model that they're using here in Australia by doing the some of the further routes. And yes, we'll definitely catch that Singapore A380, without a doubt. Right, so the SJ Aviation, would that mean that Mitsubishi owns 34% of Jetstar Japan? Meaning they have final say. Maybe, I don't know.
I got no clue.
Maths in the morning is hard.
Maths anytime is hard.
So is English.
Everything's difficult.
Everything's difficult. We're just in trouble, aren't we?
Yep.
How are we supposed to get through this world without the basic knowledge of that? It's a miracle we're still like around.
Yeah, I know. It is a miracle, isn't it? Yeah, so that Jetstar A321 now is heading to Terminal 4, so that'll be a domestic departure a little bit later on.
Looks that way. And real
City over in Terminal 4 at the moment. We've got a huge variety. The A320s, the Neo, the 78. Got everything here.
Yeah, pretty much the whole fleet. Just need the 717s back that they had in like 2005.
And the A330s.
Yes, that would be great. I love those A330s. I don't really know why. You know what? I never saw them. That's why. They landed early in the morning, or like really late in the evening, and they were like here and there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember.
I don't think I was into planes when they were operating. When were they operating?
Last one was 2014. So I think you may have just missed
it because I got into it 2016.
You just missed it.
Or 2017.
And then look what's happened. 2023 and we're out here all morning in the cold. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? So later on our arrivals, heavy arrivals, we've got the Cathay A350-1000 arriving in from Hong Kong. That's coming in about an hour and a half's time. We've got the Scoot 787 Dreamliner arriving in 2 hours' time from Singapore. So we've got a couple of heavy things that are not too far away. We also should have the Fiji 737 arriving in from Nadi. That'll be arriving at about 12:15. We've also got the Air New Zealand 777-300 arriving in at about 11 a.m. So some awesome arrivals to catch, and then obviously we've got the departures rush as well over the course of the morning. For a Saturday where Melbourne is not usually at its peak, it's very, very busy today. We've actually had quite a lot of ramp movement and whatnot this morning. It's been good.
It hasn't been too bad at all, has it? Yeah, Saturday isn't usually the busiest day. That's mostly reserved for Fridays and Mondays, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Because that's when you got the beginning and the end of the business week. So you got a lot of flights from interstate.
Yeah, Monday Melbourne-Sydney flights are crazy.
Yeah.
There's heaps of them.
Yeah, in the morning it's like every 15 minutes. Between every airline, except for Rex. Rex have less planes, so they can't quite compete in that sort of way.
So Singapore flight 237 arriving in from Singapore. The Airbus A380 is about 5 minutes or so out, making its way down towards runway 34.
You do not want to miss this one. This is by far the highlight of the stream. Alright Max, hear me out. I have the most brilliant genius idea you've ever heard.
That was Jetstar flight 900 heading off to Busselton, the A320-200. What's your idea?
Well, okay, so you start a stream, right? With the Singapore A380.
Yeah.
And then you end the stream the next day for the Singapore A380.
You mean a 24-hour stream?
Maybe more, depending on how delayed Singapore is on the second day. Doesn't that just sound swell?
I'm making a mental list of all the things I'd rather do.
What could possibly be on that list?
Not doing that.
That doesn't work. That doesn't make any sense. Like, think about it. We get 2 Singapore A380 landings in one stream. With careful consideration, it sounds good.
You know what would be even cooler?
What?
Going to Sydney and getting 2 of them in one day. Not in 24-hour period where you have to stay here overnight and nothing flies between the hours of 1 and 6. 1 and 5.
That's alright, that's where you host a game show. Like The Price is Right.
Deal or no deal?
Deal or no deal?
Plane or no plane?
Plane or no plane? The answer is no plane.
The answer is always no plane at 3 in the morning.
If it's a weekday though, there's the freighters that will go off 2-7.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
2.7.
Yeah, think about all those tall 737s we could get from a distance and can't even see.
Oh, gosh.
Why have we not considered this?
Maybe because I'm sane.
Could explain it.
And Ned, Melbourne is on the east coast, the southeast coast of Australia. We're sort of besides Hobart, which is detached from the mainland, Tasmania, I should say. Melbourne is the most southern city in the country.
On the mainland, yeah.
On the mainland, yeah. That's why I said besides Tasmania, besides Hobart. Yeah. Drink some more of that coffee, mate.
It's not going to save me at this rate. Oh, there we go. See, Emilio agrees. But here's the catch, Max. Here's the catch.
The behind the scenes camera will have Matt and I falling asleep.
No, that's where I'm.
Shifts.
No, that's where I'm about to get to the catch.
Right.
I'm not going to join you. I'm going to watch it from the comfort of my living room like I'm supposed to.
This is your idea. This is Matt's idea. And you're not going to join me. What's the point?
I want to watch it.
You're going to make up the idea, encourage me to do it, and send me on my way without coming and helping me.
Are you just recording take-offs and
Yeah, we're live streaming them. Yeah.
Very cool. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Have a good flight. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. In fact, I might even tell you I'm coming out and then last minute just say, oh, no. Actually, I decided it's a bit cold out there at 3 a.m.
Oh, is it? So what makes you think I'll go out here willingly by myself? What makes you think I'll drive an hour out to the airport to willingly be here at 3 in the morning and film nothing?
Because me and everybody else wants it. We want to watch this, Max. You can't let the people down.
Oh gosh.
I wish to do a poll. Who thinks this is a great idea? The 24-hour double Singapore A380 stream versus not doing it.
And Amelia saying we'll give you a 1,000-piece puzzle. Will you?
I don't know if that's going to keep you awake.
I'll do it behind the scenes and on the table, and I'll just be doing it at 3 in the morning in the dark.
Can the 1,000-piece puzzle be a Singapore A380? They're going to have 3 Singapore A380s in the stream.
What, 48 hours?
No. Like that, the 1,000-piece puzzle is a picture of the Singapore 380.
Oh, right.
Then there's 3 of them.
I'm good, thanks.
At puzzles?
And Hayden with the $2 super chat says, that's not fair, Matt. Yeah, it's not fair at all. You can't expect me to come out and do a 24-hour stream by myself in 2 degrees Celsius.
No, I feel like you got this wrong. I don't expect you to. I just want you to.
Well,
there's no expectation.
To be met, isn't it?
I suggest you do. I suggest. Think about the love and admiration you'll get for pulling that off. See, Max, this is exactly what our couples counsellor said. You just don't listen to me.
From the bottom of my heart, it's not happening. And never will. I will never willingly stand out here at Melbourne Airport for 24 hours straight on a live stream. Live or not, I wouldn't be here for longer than 12 hours.
Keyword there was willingly. Let's backtrack.
So now I have to do it unwillingly. Make it make sense.
You're going to unwillingly spot for 24 hours.
You know what? Get a contract going. Put $1 million on the table. And
where are we going to get the funding for that? Might have to
500,000.
Oh boy, might have to get in contact with a lot of sponsors. Departing now off runway 34, we have Virgin Australia flight VA 259 off to Canberra, the country's capital. And Amelia says Max can get a model of the plane and fly it past the camera in bad animation style. Pretend it took off and back up and go home. I think that's brilliant. Kind of would negate the whole 24-hour thing, though. And next up, the moment you've all been waiting for, there's going to be the Singapore Airlines A380 arrival. It's on final approach now for runway 34.
Still dispersed behind the clouds. Can't see it just yet.
I can.
What?
You just got a pole in the way.
Oh.
Okay, alright. Max, how about this? Alright.
Alright, what's your hear me out this time? I know Matt's most prominent line is saying hear me out. He goes, hear me out, I got an idea. And it's always the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So what's this one?
That's not now I don't even want to say it. Now that I know
No,
that
go on. You have to say it now.
No, you've just dismissed my feelings.
No, I have PTSD from when you took me to Jelly Brand Hill and you said for about 10 minutes, hear me out. Let's go to Jelly Brand Hill.
And you heard me out and it was a great idea.
It wasn't a good idea, it was useless.
No, it was really good. I got some great shots.
Did you?
Yeah.
And Lindsay becoming a Boeing 737 class member. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Awesome to have you on board, a part of our AV membership family. Really do appreciate it. All right, our Singapore A380 arrival. The fan favorite here today, SQ237, arriving in from Singapore.
All right, so
awesome catch.
So hear me out. For this 24-hour stream, I will take over for an hour and give you lunch. And then I'll just go back home under the heater. And
an hour?
Yeah, just you get
so
an
I
hour.
stream for 23 hours and I get an hour break.
Yeah, well...
Isn't there something like illegal about that?
No, because we're doing this for a hobby. This is fun.
Well, I'm going to take it to Fair Work Australia.
I don't know, I'm seeing nothing but positives here. That's the first time I've actually seen that from T4.
Really?
Yeah.
Same, actually.
So good to get that back. It's just such a classic, like, Melbourne look. Oh no, did we seriously get a lag on the 380?
No, like lag of its touchdown.
Oh, okay.
It took ages to get the nose down.
Oh, it floated.
wasn't the best landing. Like, it was pretty smooth, but I don't know. It wasn't as nice as that China Southern earlier. That was wait, was it China Southern? What was the one that floated? think it was trying to sell them.
I guess we just got to see what the Singapore A380 does tomorrow, eh?
Oh, really?
Yeah, because we'll just hang around till then. Maybe it'll land better.
I might still like go for the whole time.
Something doesn't add up there, dude. Something doesn't.
Really?
And looks like we've got MTG pushing back as well, the Malayan Tiger. Certainly a favourite, that one. Love the yellow, particularly in overcast. It really does stand out.
Oh, yeah.
So what a great highlight that is. Getting that 380 back here. Qantas in June as well.
Yep.
And it's going to be landing it, during the dark and taking off during the dark though. It lands at, the usual QF94, so like, just before sunrise. And then they take off at like 8:30 p.m. So it sits here for the whole day. It just lets the daylight wash away. And magic happens. No, we're joking.
We're not actually doing a 24-hour stream. That would be really insane.
I don't think I have the mental capacity to pull that off.
No, or physical capacity.
Or physical, yeah, definitely don't have the physical capacity. On top of that, I don't really know what to do at like 4 a.m. when there's nothing happening. Like, what do you do? On departure there, we have our international Virgin Australia flight. This is off to Nandi, VA 195. Oh wow, Singapore A380 is already third on Flight Radar for most tracked.
It was ninth, like as it was coming around on final.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Number 3, there it is, taxiing towards Terminal 2 now as we speak. And Seki says, at 4 a.m. you show the highlights from earlier. Just another clip show.
It'll be like when they do news and there's no one actually there at like 3 in the morning for some of the news channels, but they still show all of the highlights from that day.
That's
it. Like that.
That'll be us.
And again, the Singapore A380.
As we showed you like 5 minutes ago. It's the only clip we got. There it is, slowly making its way in. It just looks so... I remember when I started plane spotting again here in Melbourne back in 2010. This was such a common sight. Came every morning and left at around like 3 p.m. So pretty much a similar flight, except it did 227 on the arrival, so it's here longer.
Oh right.
So it brings back the memories. On departure, we have Qantas flight QF702 heading off to Cairns. And Graham, that's it. For the first time, would actually be here earlier than you. And Zeki, I don't know, that doesn't sound like the most entertaining stream in the world.
It would be even worse. 24 hours at Sydney because they have a curfew. There'd be 0 planes.
What would you do between 11 and 6? You'd just be like a talk show.
Host a game show.
Host a game show. Like you'd literally set it up like a podcast. You would have like the seats at the international car park and just
do a what is that? A 7-hour podcast. And then the planes start rolling in again at 6 in the morning.
Oh god, what would you even talk about for 7 hours? There's only so many sushi jokes and Vietnam Airlines jokes I could make about you before. After 7 hours, it runs a bit dry.
Yeah, it's true. Our next departure is going to be QF flight 610, departing off to Brisbane. And Amelia saying I could arrange a secret rave event in the car park and we can watch the dance party when things are quiet. Yeah, the last thing you'll ever see me doing is dancing on camera.
That's reserved only for A350s of Vietnam Airlines.
In which Matt dances.
No, not me. I have video proof of Max dancing when hearing about the Vietnam A350.
Do you?
Yes.
And I haven't heard of this.
Oh, well, it's secret.
Oh, is it? Isn't that illegal?
No. It doesn't have your face in it, but we know it's you.
Oh, right.
So technically, it's not an invasion of privacy.
I'm still going to take you to court.
I'll get my lawyers.
You know what my compensation will be, Matt, for taking videos of me without me knowing?
If you say a sushi roll, I swear.
No. I don't want any money from you. I want you to do a 24-hour live stream by yourself at Melbourne Airport as your punishment.
No, wait. I thought you were going to do that.
No, I'll hand it off to you now.
I don't want to steal your thunder. Definitely don't want to steal your thunder.
No thunder stolen. I'm happily giving it off to you. I'm passing the baton.
No, I'd feel so guilty. I couldn't possibly do that to you.
I insist.
No. No, you shouldn't.
I shouldn't. Jesus, just starts taxing fast.
I better have some good lawyers to get me out of that one.
You're gonna need Harvey Specter.
Harvey Specter. The best closer in New York.
That's it.
I kind of feel like closing it's just not going to be good enough in this case.
Nope.
Oh, it looks like Singapore decided to use 27. Oh.
Of course it did.
It's not very nice now, is it? Members only content, Max's VN dance.
You have to pay a lot more to be a member for that.
Add another tier.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. You know when we got the stream to work after spending that entire day trying to troubleshoot?
Yeah.
If only I recorded that, then I could just put Vietnam A350s on the screen. Oh my god. Alright, taking off now, we have Jetstar flight JQ654 heading off to Canberra. An A320-200. Look at that. I love when that rotates there. Nice background.
What is this Malaysia doing? This is the weirdest thing I've seen in a while. It back taxied all the way across taxiway Alpha. And now it's back taxied even further. And Darren, how much? Talk numbers here. What should I put on?
How much for Max's VN dance?
We're doing pay per view or pay per month?
Well, it's members would be a month. To have access to monthly VN dances.
Monthly Vietnam dances.
Just imagine the content from Ho Chi Minh City. You're gonna have sore legs by the end of it.
A price. The price to pay. What's our highest now? What's my highest? It's 10 a month.
I think 10. Oh.
5k a month.
Indonesian dollars? Rupiah?
US dollars.
US dollars. Wow, that is a that is an expensive dance. You'd be paid more than professional choreographers.
That's my point.
But you're not a professional choreographer.
No, but I don't even know what to say.
Well, there you go, guys. 5K a month, and you can see him dance. I'd pay it.
Like you wouldn't?
Yeah, I would. I'd be broke after a month, but it'd be worth it. And Hayden there with another tip for this morning. Hayden, you absolute superstar. He says, once you guys get back from New Zealand, I might be coming out there every Saturday to keep you two out of trouble. Haha, there's no trouble here. Just Max's inability to listen to my great ideas.
It's an inability to listen to any great ideas because there's none that are actually brought up.
No, they're all present here today. All the good ideas.
Which one specifically were we talking about?
We had the 24-hour stream was a great one. That was a genius idea.
Right.
Oh, and then I got us coffees.
That was alright.
That was a good idea.
Yeah.
And then I also got myself sushi, which I think is the best idea I've done all morning.
Yes, you prioritized getting sushi while it was raining.
I didn't know it was raining.
I messaged you and I said it is raining. I need you to come back.
But I ran out of data. And then when I got here, the message came through.
How does one who lives in this city run out of data?
I'll show you. I'll
Does it need to be shown?
No,
How does that happen?
It expired last night, and it's not letting me recharge.
It's called airport Wi-Fi.
Oh, well, I didn't know I ran out of data until I got back here and realised.
Made your payment alright though.
Made a payment.
Yeah, you paid for the sushi well enough.
Yeah, with my card.
Yeah.
Not Apple Pay.
Oh, I thought you used Apple Pay.
No, I don't use that silly stuff.
Yes,
I'm old school.
Yes, you're an old man.
I'm grouchy.
An old man who needs to be checked on constantly because of his horrible ideas.
It's the dementia kicking in.
Yeah.
You know, you may as well call me Cornelius at this point. Just some old name. And Super 80 Swiss there, it is a bit of a steep price, isn't it?
What?
It's a steep price you're charging for the dancers.
Look, I gotta keep my pride somehow.
Too rich for me, mate. Crowdfunded just to call Max's bluff. Oh my god. Now that would be something.
I would never let any of you give me $5,000 to see me dance. Because number one, that's so wrong. And number two,
That's terrible.
I would never, I'm not videoing me dancing. It's just not happening.
You'd be like one of those TikTokers.
Oh gosh, I'm good, thanks. I already have enough hard time filming planes and putting them on Instagram and TikTok. I don't want to put myself on there dancing. That's too far. And Hayden, I agree, the things I have to put up with.
I'm confused. I'm the victim.
Graham, breaking news, one bad idea creates massive sushi shortage. Yeah, Matt and I are just going to be constantly back and forth buying sushi to outdo the other person and eat it in front of them.
If you get that $5,000 for dancing, I'm way out of my league then with the sushi thing. Your sushi budget's a bit higher than mine.
I'm going to go put that towards a sushi store.
Oh boy, now I'm really outmatched.
I'm going to make one up in T4.
I'm gonna build one right next to you and be your direct competition.
Oh gosh.
And whatever you call yours, I'm gonna call mine. You know, your sushi store name is bad, so people are naturally gonna come to mine. You can be like, oh, well, that one's terrible, like this one.
There'll be
They know what they're
Max's
doing.
sushi store and then Matt's store, which will be Max's sushi store sucks.
It sucks. And then little writing underneath it, like this one is good. Come here. 2 stars on Yelp. But it's alright because I flooded yours with 1-star reviews, so it's still high.
I'll go in and delete them.
You can't.
I'll find a way. I'll hack the server.
There'll be anonymous ratings, no comments left, just 1 stars.
Oh gosh.
And then I'll just leave like random comments being like, I saw rats. I think this is the guy that didn't want to do his 24-hour stream. 1 star. The car park's getting really full.
Yeah, I know.
I might have to move the car over at some point. Because we're taking up 2 spaces.
Yeah, we are.
Security will eventually not like that if it gets too full.
It's alright, people can park on level 7.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
For $5,000, you could have your own chef making sushi beside you while you are streaming. Or have a teppanyaki going next to us.
And let me guess, I can't have any.
Nope.
Out.
Not a chance. At departure, there was Qantas Flight 133 heading up to Christchurch, the Boeing 737-800, and our next runway 27 departure is going to be QF Flight 769 heading off to Perth.
See, I wouldn't even know how to get you back for that. That'd be the ultimate thing. Like, sushi's my favorite thing. That would just be torture.
I'm good at this, aren't I?
I'll find a way. You know, I might just get some executive tickets for a Maples Leaf game while we, like, in every city we go to in the US.
That's too far.
And I'm going to invite some random person, like on the street in front of you, be like, hey, I've got a second executive ticket. You want to come with me? I don't know anyone else who loves the Maple Leafs.
That's too far. That's hitting the heartstrings.
I'll send you so many photos. And the best thing is, I don't follow hockey, so I have no idea what's going on. You would actually appreciate it. I'll just wait for them to knock each other's teeth out, because that's hockey.
Be careful, mate. That'll be you soon.
Nah, you wouldn't do that. I've got the executive tickets.
You know how the UN thing's on in New York?
Yes.
I was thinking of just taking some time off while I'm in New York. You know, I'm by myself. You know, I was thinking I might just go chill out. You know, I'm there for 5 days. Just have a nice week to myself. You know, go to a couple of Yankees games. You know,
yeah, of course.
Go see some things. Times Square. You know, just doing 0 filming. How do you think about that?
That wouldn't be very beneficial for either of us.
Well, if you get Maple Leafs executive tickets, that's what's happening.
Oh, and by the way, they're in New York. That's when I'm going to get the tickets for. When you're there.
Luckily the season doesn't start while we're there.
Pre-games.
Oh, great. Executive tickets to the pre-season.
Everyone's dying to get into that. That's why they're so cheap. Oh, and Amelia said take Max's sushi chef with you to the games.
Oh, gosh.
In with the executive box. With the sushi chef. Making me onion volcanoes. Oh, that would be perfect. Yeah, alright. We'll get onto that, I think. And I'm not going to worry about the whole United Nations General Assembly movements because I'm going to be too busy with my sushi chef in the executive box. Oh, cheering on the other team.
See what I have to put up with?
No, I'm the victim. And Jerry's saying this banter's gold. Any A380s there right now? Yes, Jerry, there is. There's a Singapore Airlines, which is something that us Melburnians are very proud of right now.
Very proud.
We finally got it back.
Yeah, that's true.
After 3 years.
Finally.
And not at night. Departing off runway 27, we have Virgin Australia flight VA217 off to Adelaide. I got to admit, I kind of prefer Tuesday's spot for 27 departures. You actually know when they're going.
Yeah, I know.
Whereas here, they just kind of appear.
And Darren with an update there saying we're at 475 likes already, and just about to hit 3 hours into the stream, so that is absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, and if you haven't already, please consider giving us a like. We really do appreciate it. It goes a really long way, more than you can imagine. So thank you so much if you've hit it already. If you haven't, absolutely hit that like button for sure.
Do it for this Virgin Australia 737 flight to Brizzy as VA319. And yes, no 747s on this stream. I don't think, I think the only 747s that come in on Saturdays to Melbourne, I think there's a Singapore cargo at 8 p.m. I think that's it. There's no other ones. So we won't be streaming that long, I don't think, unless Max has a change of heart about my great idea.
Still pretty set on just not doing it.
He's not too motivated, apparently. Hard to believe why, but... And it looks like we have another Virgin Australia 737 departure off runway 34. And this is going to be Virgin Australia flight VA 1031 off to the Sunshine Coast. And Jerry, that's much appreciated, mate. It really is. We try and take a light-hearted approach on things here. We just like to have a laugh with each other.
Yeah,
bit of banter.
At the end of the day, this is our hobby. So we're just here just to enjoy it. We're trying to show as many people as we can all these live streams and stuff. But yeah, it's so much fun. So really do appreciate it. We're glad that we're entertaining enough and that our banter is is good enough as well.
Yeah.
And we're about to have a pocket rocket departure off of runway 34, now taxiing on taxiway Juliet there. And that is Qantas Link flight 1516 heading off to the nation's capital, Canberra. And Graham saying it's time to go, make some money so the wife can spend it. Thanks for a fun stream. Glad we've been able to entertain you this Saturday morning. Really do appreciate you being here. Hope it was some good views over there at the Ops Road car park. And thank you so much for tuning in. And don't work too hard, but enjoy working. And P. Whitten says watching from England, 1 o'clock in the morning, enjoying every minute. Glad you're staying up, mate. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for spending your night watching aviation videography. That's awesome to hear.
Oh, Stan, as much as Max wants to be, it's no, we're not. We're not an item. We're just two best mates who have a shared love of aviation. But we do like to see the funny side of everything, because if you take things too seriously, it's gonna bog you down. There we go, the old pocket rocket.
I think Matt and I are a bit laughed out at the moment. So we're gonna have a short 2-minute interim here. As I showed earlier, Matt and I are going on a massive world tour, and if you think these live streams are funny, wait till we're overseas doing these.
Tell you, well, until we say all the stories of bollocks that is.
It's gonna happen when we're overseas. So let us know what city we're coming to. That might be your home city, or a city you're enjoying. You're going to enjoy a live stream or some plane spotting from. So we'll have a 2-minute break so my guts can rest after laughing for the last half an hour with Matt here, and we'll be back in a sec.
We're so.
I just realized I turned the microphone off. I didn't even recall doing that. Anyway, we're back. Give me more of this coffee. My brain's not working at 100%.
So this is aviation videography. You're joining Matt and Max live here at Melbourne Airport, Australia, Australia's second busiest airport. We're viewing the action from the Terminal 4 parking garage. We are currently experiencing runway 34 and 27 operations, mostly 27 because that's how Melbourne Airport rolls.
Yep.
Not necessarily what we want.
Not at all.
But this does bring us to the top of the hour, as Magic Happen said. And now we compose ourselves.
Compose ourselves, yes.
Focus on the planes.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, sorry about the audio. I turned it off. I didn't even realize I did it. I don't know why I did it. I just turned it off. So it's back on now.
It's the super early morning brain fog that still is here.
Yeah, that's it. It lives out at the airport when I'm here.
It haunts me here.
In the morning.
Haunts me.
Yeah, we were talking to ourselves.
That's it. Well, I'm definitely, my mental age is definitely higher than my actual age. I feel like I'm ready to retire. Kind of, that thing, rocking chair on the porch.
Watching the sunset.
Watching the sunset, yelling at the kids. Doing the hedging.
Doing the hedging. Cutting the lawns with our scissors.
With the scissors, yeah. And with the hedging, it's not the the actual chainsaws and stuff, like the proper hedging like equipment. It's just a little like the weeding scissors.
Just some household scissors. Paper scissors. And
then I'm like, because I'm stubborn, because I'm stuck in my ways. Like everyone's gonna say that's the dumbest way to do this, and I'll like not believe them.
Yeah.
I'll think they're crazy. But how can a chainsaw beat house scissors? Yeah. We're not cutting a tree down. We're grooming it. And it looks like we've got another one of the Jetstar A321 Neos coming in towards T4. Must have landed from a domestic flight.
Yeah, it did. Don't know where from. From Adelaide.
And Karen, maybe that was partly responsible for the audio loss.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I can't get any audio from the microphone when I put up that graphic. It doesn't work. And so, yeah, it must have just transferred across something, I don't know.
Hedging clippers with my like sweater as well.
Yeah.
Like the knitted like woolly warm sweater.
V-neck.
I don't know. I reckon I'm ready to be within that age bracket. I'm ready. The only thing I'm not really looking forward to is the whole, like if you stand up, your legs are probably going to hurt.
Yeah.
Sore backs. The rest of it though sounds wonderful. A cup of tea in bed at 8 o'clock.
Oh, it'd be perfect.
Doesn't it just sound good? Any day of the week.
So most of the narrows are landing on runway 27, which is a bit unfortunate, but we do have some heavies that are not too far away from their arrival here at Melbourne. We've got the Cathay Pacific A350 1000 about 40 minutes out. We've got the Air New Zealand 777-300 about an hour out from arrival. We've got the Fly Scoot 787 Dreamliner arriving in about an hour and a bit as well. So we do have plenty of action, and our takeoff will be heading out relatively shortly. We've got the Vietnam A350 departing in about 20 minutes time.
The Max Special.
That's right, apparently. The United has been delayed till 1:45. Very random. Came on time. Oh no, it came about an hour late, I think, actually. The Shanghai Airline departure of the 787 Dreamliner will be taking off at about 11 a.m. So plenty in stock for the next couple of hours for the rest of the stream. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit the like button. What's going on here? Oh, the plane moved. I was like,
they do that.
I thought the camera dropped.
Whoop.
Darren, no.
I'll record the VN dance there, Darren. Don't you worry.
Oh no, not happening. There will be no dancing.
There's always dancing.
really any takeoffs at the moment.
No, it's a bit quiet at the moment.
It's really hit that quiet patch, and it hit it early as well, because usually the quiet patch comes around midday, but it's only 10 and it's kind of hit it now, so.
It's just, it's slowing down so I can pick right back up for that Vietnam 350.
That's it. And backs, we'll be streaming till around midday-ish, maybe a little bit later. We'll wait and see what's coming in, but really when it hits 12, there's not a lot. There's a couple of departures and arrivals, but it's not too entertaining for us to stand here and to bully each other for much longer. So
Sounds entertaining to me.
I'd say around midday, 1 o'clock. It's just wait and see. A couple more hours at least.
Whenever it gets quiet, that's usually the way to handle it.
Yeah, really, that's how we do it.
But I'm going to stay around. I'm going to get the Singapore departure since I'm out.
That's it. Like
from ops.
340 on ops, right?
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you're getting it from here.
No, I'll probably go around to ops, try and get a decent shot of it.
Yep.
Knock out those angles. Get a nice car park shot. I don't think I've actually got that.
Oh, no. Because we got it from further down on Tuesday.
It's going to take off on 3-4.
Oh, yeah, true.
Brain fog.
Yeah, literally.
And Beck's asking if we're going to be doing a night stream anytime soon. Well, due to popular demand, it must happen. So here's the thing: we have to essentially pick the right day, pick the right night for that. The conditions have to be absolutely perfect, or else we're not going to get a good stream.
Yeah.
It has to be either a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night. No ifs, no buts. It has to be that. We have to figure out of those days which is the busiest for internationals, because those days have the freight. Then we need to figure out what days Hainan comes, Sichuan comes, and Air China, because that will make it busier.
Basically, we're going to look in the morning and be like, all right, we're doing it tonight.
That's it. Essentially, it's going to sort of get down to that. And we also need a particular wind direction. We need a northeast, and it can't be stronger than, 10 knots.
Yep.
And it has to be properly northeast. It can't just be north, it has to be northeast, which is not common.
Yeah, so
I think
have to wait for the perfect night, and we have to wait for all of that to happen, and for both of us to be free.
I remember back during, I think it was during the COVID period, I was watching those nights, because when we were out of lockdown, I wanted to get out there for the night freighters, and you had to have northeast, otherwise they land on 27.
Yeah.
And I think it happened maybe 4 times over the entire winter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But it was great when it did. It was busy as.
When it did.
When it did. And if it's cloudy, it's just a win-win. It's a little bit brighter.
There will be no 24-hour stream. Not a chance. Already cold enough.
Why are we dismissing this great idea so quickly?
I don't know. Something about my sanity.
That's fine. This psychologist. You can get through this. Taking off now, we have Rex Flight ZL42 heading off to Sydney. And yes, Rex is an Australian airline. They used to specialize more or less in the rural kind of flights, and also an old-fashioned flying as well, with tarmac entrances onto the Saab 340s and all that. And they sort of pride themselves on that. Now they're trying to get into the bigger city markets with the 737s, which is great to see. Because for decades they were just using those Saabs, and I think they had Metroliners at some point as well. And they'd fly between Melbourne, Wagga Wagga, Melbourne, Mildura. So some of the smaller little rural markets.
And that Virgin Australia 737 on your screen there is Virgin Flight 833, also going up to Sydney. So it's going to race that regional express that just departed. just waiting for a runway 27 arrival at the moment before this Virgin 737 can depart, and stream apparently lagging a little bit. Not sure why. We're not getting any error messages, so could just be a quick internet cutout thing, but should be fine.
Car park is filling up. Is it a long weekend or something? Am I unaware about some public holiday? Because everybody seems to be
unaware
traveling.
about some public holiday?
See, it is possible. Ronald says so. A 24-hour stream is possible, Max.
I don't know. Stream's being a little jumpy. I don't like the sound of that.
That sounds a little bit terrifying.
Oh yeah, just some frames were...
Oh wow, that's not good.
I think it's alright now. I don't know, like, this just must be a really random internet thing.
Well, I went on my phone to quickly check Insta, because I got a message.
Yeah.
So it probably is that, because I'm connected to the Wi-Fi.
Oh, can you not?
I have no data. Departing there is Virgin Australia flight VA833 heading off to Sydney. There we go, stream's good again. And Donald, we pay for the car park.
Fun and fresh, $50.
Yep. Yeah, the rates here are quite expensive. It's, I think the first 15 minutes is free.
Yeah.
And then from there it's $15 for the first hour.
Yep.
And then $30 for 2 hours.
Yep.
And then 3 hours is at plus is like $50. 49, whatever it is. $49.99. Whatever looks better.
That's it.
And Res Costin, yeah, we've definitely done plane spotting underneath the 16 flight path where the ice cream van is. A great spot, but definitely would be a bit too tricky to stream from there, I think.
Be an alright spot. I just know the internet's not very
That's sort of the tricky
kind out
part.
there.
Yeah, that's why it's tricky. On top of that,
It's worth testing. Haven't done it in a while. Could be better. There's not really much out there, so that's why there's not really any good internet.
well, now we've got the 2 antennas. Maybe it could
be
work better because
yeah.
the church, whenever you go there, it's always bad.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have to move the car at some point. Eventually, security will not like this. Like just move it.
Yeah, you might have to.
It's getting to that point.
Once these cars move out of the way.
That's it. What is going on?
I have no idea, but this car park is never this full.
It's never full.
Never this full on level 6. This is the second highest level. Usually when we're here, there's about 4 cars.
Yeah, but the car lot's completely empty. This is bizarre.
And Nay asking what's the longest flight anyone's been on. Yeah, let us know what's your longest flight you've been on.
And Donald makes a good point there. 24 hours would be costly. That's $100 because it's $50 per day. Once you crack over the 24-hour mark at T4.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it's a 23-hour and 40-minute stream. 15 minutes to pack up, 5 minutes to drive down, bang on 24 hours. Genius.
Matt, what's the longest flight you've been on?
I think Vancouver to Sydney. Decent.
Oh, that's like 15?
15 and a half.
Yeah.
Very decent. What about you, Max?
San Francisco to Singapore. 17 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, that would have been an experience. My goodness. You're not really going to beat that.
I had an aisle. Thank goodness.
Yeah, what do people do if they're stuck in the middle seats and they're the size of you at 12'8"?
Hey, I'm not 12'8". Come on.
All right, well, you're not far.
7.
You know, yeah, I was going to say not far off. I mean, I'm rounding the inch up. And Ned, we're streaming over Salia. And we've got a departure here on runway 34. This is going to be Virgin Australia flight VA321 off to Brisbane. Easy flight number to remember. Okay, Super 80 Swissair. To be fair, so Max is definitely taller than me. And the way he sets the tripod up, and if I have to use it, it feels like he's 12'8". That's how sore my arm gets after 5 minutes. I'm trying to reach up. It's more or less like the image I have in mind is a little kid trying to reach the cookie jar on the bench. It's just...
It's a perfect example.
That's basically me trying to reach the tripod. Chewbacca. Well, he is hairy. Makes sense. Well, stay away from Washington State and all that. People are going to mistake you for Bigfoot.
Great. Awesome.
They'll see a footprint in the
get hunted.
in the dirt. Yeah, literally, you'll be tracked. And Ned, I don't know if I would really trust that. Melbourne Airport's Wi-Fi is very bad. I know whenever I come back from overseas and I don't have a SIM card or data, and I have to use the airport Wi-Fi to try and contact whoever's picking me up or trying to make my way home, half the time it just drops out, like mid-message. Mid-phone call, it just drops. And Kevin, thanks for tuning in. I really do appreciate that. Hope you had a good time here and enjoying some of the banter that we've had here this morning.
No way I just got called Harry Potter.
Oh my god. Oh, this is great. I'm having a great morning.
Are you?
Yeah. I've had sushi. I've got a chair. This is just awesome. Gareth, LA to Manila. Oh, that is a long one too. It's about 10, 11 hours, I think. 11 hours. It's
11. I think Japan to LA is 10.
Is that 10?
10, yeah.
Yikes. Yeah, that's certainly lengthy.
Yeah, when I was booking my flights to LA with Singapore, I could do Melbourne, Singapore, Narita, LA.
I remember that one.
7 hours to Singapore, 6 hours to Tokyo, and 10 hours to LA.
And I remember you
5-hour layover and then a 3-hour layover.
I remember you wanted to do that, and I was trying to tell you, like, you don't understand, don't do it.
I was looking at it like, oh, that'd be really cool to get my flying hours. No. I was like, no.
No, don't do it. If you have another choice, don't do it.
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
It's so wrong.
That's gonna stick.
No, it's not. I'm not letting that stick. Yeah, Melbourne Doha, that's about 13, 14 hours.
Yeah, something like that. Dubai's not far off either.
Yeah, they're basically next to each other almost.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think Doha's an extra 30 from like Melbourne to Dubai,
Yeah.
Melbourne to Doha. I think it's an extra 30 or so.
Yeah,
Not much
yeah,
of a difference.
it's fairly close together. Well, the question I have, this new airline that's starting in Saudi Arabia,
Oh yeah.
do you think that's going to come to Melbourne?
No.
You don't reckon? I think there's a chance.
There's a chance with anything.
There's definitely...
They've been saying since I was born that American Airlines might fly to Melbourne.
And there's been like 3 different instances where they were about to, and then something happened and stopped them.
Of course.
Like they were going to get the joint venture going, and then that just seemed to never happen.
Gosh.
So then they American decided it wasn't worth it. Remember there was that. And then they were gonna do the Melbourne LA and take over QF96.
Oh yeah.
That was the rumor, and then COVID happened,
Oh gosh.
and then just destroyed that. Try start Darren something to fur. It's gonna stick. I'll rename your contact name. Harry Potter. Look at that, 19 hours. Melbourne to JFK with Qantas, 1 hour change at LA. How did you change in 1 hour at LA? How did you physically do that?
That's very rough.
Even if they rushed you, they're so inefficient.
Yeah.
That's... Oh dear. Got another departure here on runway 34, Virgin Australia 737-800. Apparently if I use my phone to look at the flight details, it lags the stream out. So I'm gonna
Don't do that.
just bear with me for a minute and we will,
Just use my phone.
I think it's in your pocket.
Oh, it is. Cool.
I don't want to give you the wrong idea if I reach into your pocket to get it.
There's a line, man. There's a line. Oh gosh, that was Virgin Australia.
So is this the last stream I'm joining you on?
Yep. Flight VA735 departing off to the Gold Coast, and our next departure is going to be Qantas Flight 432 departing off to Sydney.
Did you say I'm fired?
Yep.
Oh, all right, Sam. Better come down here more often if you're watching. Departing off runway 27, we have VA219 off to Adelaide. Oh, jeez, they're sparing no time at all. There's already a runway 34 departure as well. And TriStar Darren, I'll take your word for it. I've never seen Star Wars. And good day, Oskar. Thanks for tuning in. So I'm just looking at the parking spot situation. There's only one green light left.
Alright, I think you need to move your car.
I think I gotta move the car. I don't know how this has happened.
Oh gosh. Sorry about Matt's extremely loud car as he moves it. Give us a moment. on a little bit of an angle, just a little bit. Oh gosh. Getting close there, mate. I don't think you can fit a human in between the table and the car. Oh gosh, alright, we're back. The Matt sorted it out. As we have JQ566 departing off to Brisbane.
There we go. Crisis averted. No security will tell us off now for taking up 2 spots.
I mean, we could have told them we walked. No, they wouldn't believe that for a second.
Apparently, like, they can kick you out if you're not a paying customer.
Oh,
That's the rule.
okay.
And if we're taking up a full spot,
yeah, true.
when there's like paying customers that are trying to use it, they're not going to be hugely happy. I'm just in disbelief how full it is.
I know, literally to the brim. This is crazy.
Yeah, I've never seen T4 like this on level 6. Not even in Easter.
Yeah, no, it's just random.
Just going to wait for this Jetstar A320 to begin moving. The tug is now detached.
And looks like we've hit well over 500 likes already on the stream. That is awesome to stream for 3.5 hours and already hit 500 likes. That is fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone who has clicked the like button. If you haven't already, make sure you go to the bottom of the stream and smash that like button. It really does help, and we really do appreciate it a lot. But awesome to hit half a thousand, to hit that milestone on today's stream. And Angus absolutely will be heading up to Sydney at some point towards the end of the year to get those Finnair A330s. So for those of you who don't know, Finnair is going to operate Qantas flights with their A330s. So it'll be like the Shanghai Airlines using their Dreamliners, but they're China Eastern flights.
That's exactly it. And Oskar Boone saying, loving domestic stuff. You'd feel right at home then, mate.
Very at home at the moment.
Have a very Canberra feel right now. No planes.
That's it.
But it should definitely be good. We'll do some live streams up in Sydney at the end of the year. Probably road trip up.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Do what we can.
So not far away, in about 20 minutes time, we're going to have the Cathay A350 1000 arriving in from Hong Kong as CX105. So it's our next heavy arrival here at Melbourne. We shouldn't be too far away with that Air New Zealand 777-300 as well. It's about half an hour away or so, 35 minutes. NZ123 arriving in from Auckland. And entering New South Wales at the moment is Scoot flight 18 arriving in from Singapore. That's the 787 Dreamliner. So a couple of heavies inbound within the next hour, so it's going to be awesome. They hopefully should all come 3-4. Air New Zealand will probably go 2-7, but Cathay and Scoot should come 3-4 if they're nice to us.
Big if. Big if.
Big if.
And Amelia asks, what year is the Land Cruiser? Could you tell from the sound That's.
I think we've mentioned it very many times before that you drive a Land Cruiser.
Have we?
Yeah, I think we talked it on the last stream.
I have made it my personality.
Yeah.
It's a 80 series, so I think it was in 91 it was made. So an old school one.
Very old school.
Yeah, the petrol tank says the exact same thing. it really goes with the whole idea of it. It was built when petrol was, 50 cents a litre.
Yeah. Now it's 50 cents a milliliter.
Oh yeah, feels that way.
Yeah. And Bax, we will go to Sydney at some point towards the end of the year or the start of 2024. We were going to try and head up for Air Force One next week, but that is, for those of you who don't know, has been cancelled.
And Oskar, why are you going up to Sydney? What's on your agenda to catch up there?
Air Force 2?
I don't think the whole thing's cancelled.
Oh, the whole thing is cancelled?
The quad meeting got cancelled. The second Biden pulled out, Albanese said no.
Oh, wow. I thought Kamala Harris was still going.
No, he pulled the pin completely, like literally in that afternoon.
Oh, right, okay.
So they're all, I think, meeting in Japan for the G7.
They've all met there already.
All met there?
The G7's on at the moment, I think. Today or yesterday?
It's always Japan. I've found that, since leaving, Japan in general is getting some of the cooler stuff. Like, they got the Orbis flying doctor thing. Like the DC-10 in Osaka.
Yep.
2 days before I got there, the Bahrain King came in his 747 into Osaka. I'm just like, oh no, there's no way that was from 2 days ago, and it was. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Just no. And now all the world leaders are going there. So Japan's having a good couple of months. And yes, TriStar, it was petrol. Contributes to the main reason of why it is a very expensive car to fill up. And Simon, I never fill it up fully. I only fill up what I need when I need it. Otherwise it's too expensive. To fill it up completely with the sub tank and the main tank, it's like $250 at this rate. And it doesn't last very long. It's out of that, for city driving you get maybe 600 kilometers, which is not good. You can get the same amount for $80 in a standard sedan.
Gosh.
I know.
That's sad.
So just waiting for this 737 to depart. And good morning, Aussie Pete. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, and good stuff, Oskar. Good stuff. Yeah, if you can get out there, if you have to be up there anyway, why not, right? And what are you and Chris heading up for? Is there anything particular, or just because you want to go spotting? And there we go. Back's asking favorite plane we've ever spotted. What's yours? Favorite one?
Hold on.
Before we get into that, this is going to be Jetstar flight JQ438 heading off to the Gold Coast.
Favorite plane spotted. That's a good question.
Big and blue. Located from Southeast Asia. Vietnam.
No, I was thinking favorite plane.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking the same for you.
Oh, no.
I was trying to help you like narrow it down.
Use something else. Gosh, I don't know. What can I think? Maybe Air Force 2 was a good one when it came to Melbourne. I didn't like the weather it came in, but that was a cool catch. Catching that in Melbourne.
The weather was tragic.
Yeah, the weather was horrible, but it was cool to catch that in Melbourne. It's not something that comes too often. Loved catching the Antonovs at Melbourne when they used to come every now and again. Can't think of a favourite though. Oh, the Korean government Air Force 74 at Sydney.
That was a good one. That was really good.
Yeah.
You know what my one is?
What?
I'm gonna have to say the Lockheed TriStar. I think that was by far my best catch. What was it, Northrop Grumman? The only flying TriStar left in the world.
Yep.
Flew all the way to LA for 2 days for it. Oh man, that was a draining trip. I found out there was tarantulas in the desert.
Gosh.
Yeah, I know. And there was a spotter that I met there out at Mojave.
Yeah.
And I was just chatting to him all casually and all that. And he's like, oh, by the way, like, just watch out with leaving the car door open. And I'm like, oh, well, why? What do you mean? He's like, oh, well, this is like mating season for the tarantulas. So they're actually like on the roam in the day. And they find like, you know, sheltered places to fornicate. And I'm like, what? So then the entire time I was paranoid like some tarantula got into the car. And there was all these holes in the ground. He was pointing it out, and he's like, "Oh, you see that hole with like the massive web funnel around it?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "That's a tarantula nest." I'm like, "Ah."
Oh, perfect.
And then I was thinking, because Sam and I, we went there like earlier in January, right?
Yeah.
And tarantulas generally will come out at night to hunt. Sam and I were walking out like in the sand, like trying to get close to the fence in like slides.
Oh gosh.
And it all like came back to me. I'm just like, oh no, like that could have been nasty. Like what happens? What if? And it looks like Max's favourites just pushed back there. Going to be bound for Ho Chi Minh City is VN780.
Would you say that your favourite?
Certainly going to be a great catch for him on this particular stream. Definitely the highlight, even though we did have the Singapore 380 a little bit ago.
My highlight. I don't know what you're talking about. It's funny how you think you can speak for me.
They definitely were an advanced aircraft for their time, Simon. Definitely were. And Oskar, actually I did. I tuned in for a little bit and saw some of the night stream hosted by Kurt, and I saw Tim was tuning in and out as well. Definitely some good opportunities up there in Sydney for a night stream. Something that us Melbourne spotters are very envious of.
Sorry. I wasn't able to tune in last night, but they do put on some awesome shows up there in Sydney.
No, definitely it's a gorgeous aircraft. Like super happy that I managed to actually get a shot of it. Sort of one of those planes that you never think you would because of just how infrequent it flies. I think it went down to San Bernardino to have some maintenance done, because that's where it gets it. I don't understand why it gets maintenance in San Bernardino and not in Mojave. It honestly just baffles me.
Beats me, yeah.
It really beats me. But I know it was there for a bit, and I'm sure it's back in Mojave now just doing nothing. Flying once every 4 months. Just the usual. And good day, Michael, tuning in there from the east. So now we're just waiting. So Vietnam Airlines is going to be our next heavy of the stream. So we're going to wait for that to begin in making its way up to the end of runway 34 for its departure. And Max is currently away from the camera at the moment, just doing his Vietnam dance. For those who wanted to join that tier of membership he wants to create.
Don't make me call you a buffoon again.
No, not the buffoon. But I got so offended. You know, there's a certain line that you don't cross with the banter, and that crosses the line.
Does it?
Yes.
You know, out of bringing a chair to try and put revenge on me, you could have brought a chair that actually is comfortable. This is like uneven as it doesn't sit.
It's because on uneven ground, you buffoon.
What?
You clown.
It's not uneven.
Yes, it is.
It's just not.
Look at the groove. It's a groove. You got it. And look at the. Oh my god.
Look at how.
Set it up right there, and it'll be fine.
No way, it's a child's chair.
It's a great chair.
I don't fit in it properly.
That's because you're 12'8". You don't fit into anything properly. You have to have like shoes custom made for you.
No, I don't. I'm not the BFG. Oh gosh, what do I have to put up with you?
I don't know. As I always say, I think I'm the victim.
Uncomfortable chair.
No, it's because you're sitting on a groove.
It doesn't matter. I don't care about the groove. It's a tiny chair.
Yeah, but everything's small to you. Like, have you seen those pictures where, like, you know, Jacques O'Neill will like hold something, like, and it's like, you know, how he holds a can versus how a normal person holds a can, and it looks like it's like a little toy, like a miniature little thing. That's you. Like, the only way you're going to be comfortable out here is if you bring, like, with you, like a massive 16-person couch and planted that over 3 parking lots, and then you feel comfortable.
Enjoy Matt while it lasts, guys. This is the last time you'll ever join me. I said that last time.
I know. I'm just irresistible.
I beg to differ.
Beg to differ. Well, it was fun while it lasted. I think there was...
Not the right adjective, but sure.
Sorry, I never excelled at English.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And yes, it's raining in certain areas at the moment. I think it looks a bit misty actually down towards the city. It probably is raining. And it's definitely raining up north here towards Sunbury and Mount Macedon. Looks like it's raining. Maybe, what's the other one? Riddles Creek, I think it's raining as well. The airport, I think there's like a light drizzle.
Yeah, a little bit of drizzle's hitting the car park at the moment, but it's not too bad.
But the low atmosphere should give us a great sound on this A350 departure. There's something about that, right? With the A350s, when it's a little bit drizzly, they have this rumble, and it sounds awesome.
Beats me, mate. No idea.
Oh no, the banter's gotten to him.
Wouldn't know about the sound of planes when it's raining.
The banter has gotten to poor Max. He's feeling very defeated right now.
Defeated about what?
I don't know. Just you just got that, like, you've lost your mojo.
It just doesn't make sense.
You just
The plane sounds different when it's drizzling.
Yeah, because of the low atmosphere. It sounds better. It's got more of an echo because of the low atmosphere. The sound reflects off the clouds. This is how it works. Hey, I'm just teaching you physics. You just lost your mojo. You're hunched over.
Just talking out the side of your neck.
Put the right side though.
And Oskar asked what time we're streaming till. About midday or so. Not 100% sure yet. I was having a look at the list and it's not looking very nice over the next few hours. So we'll go as long as we can, really.
Whenever it gets quiet.
Whenever. If we followed that rule, we would have finished at 9 o'clock. There's still quite a few things that we'll be able to see come and go. We'll be here till at least, I think, what time does Fiji land?
12. Oh, hold your horses. There's actually an arrival on 3-4.
Yeah, I know. It's the Cathay.
No, it's a Dash 8.
Oh. Why? That's so random.
I know. They're sending everything to 27 except this like one Dash 8.
That makes no sense.
I love Melbourne.
G'day, Rudy. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're doing well.
If Cathay goes to 27, I'm just going to be genuinely shocked.
It's going 3-4.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's already like on final.
Rain's coming in.
I know.
So I've actually found out something about China Southern as well, Max.
What's that?
As of next month, they're going to be double daily.
Oh, really?
So they're going to take off again at like 10:30 a.m. and like 11 a.m. and such. So we've got like another thing for the morning rush.
Oh, perfect.
I know. I'm getting so tired of seeing it being like pushed out and like doing nothing for the entire day. We could really use that flight. There's a Dash 8 that's just come in. Vietnam looks like it's going to make a quick turn and burn there. Onto runway 34, bound for Ho Chi Minh City. And pretty crazy to think about it though, Max. In more or less 5 weeks' time, we're going to be on this exact flight.
True.
5 weeks. And that will begin the world tour. We're going to be pretty much away together for the second half of the year. The entire second half. And Max is just in disbelief of how he's going to be able to pull this off, because in just a morning, he's already lost his mojo. Imagine what will happen in 5 months.
I haven't lost my mojo. I just wasn't understanding what you were saying.
He's definitely lost his mojo. Got a few comments there about the old Vietnam A350. Angus saying, is Max happy to be flying on Vietnam Airlines? Well, Angus, as a matter of fact, yes. He's very, very happy, and that's the whole reason we're flying to Europe in that way, just so we can experience his favorite aircraft for 2 separate flights. And Rudy says Max's favorite. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, did you like see what I meant about the rumble? Like, it had that like really like buzzsaw to it.
Was that right?
Yeah. It's when it drizzles. It's the whole like low atmosphere thing.
Cool beans, bro.
Cool beans.
Alright, our next arrival is Cathay flight 105 arriving in from Hong Kong, the A350-1000, now about to land on runway 34.
This is our sole A350-1000 here at Melbourne. We used to get the Qatari one back in the middle of the pandemic, but that's since been upgraded to a 777. So in terms of A350-1000s, you know which other airline I could see bringing them here? Etihad. I could see at some stage Etihad upgrading to that.
I'd take Virgin Atlantic 350-1000s.
Yeah, if they flew here, that'd be pretty sweet. I would have taken the 340-600s, but...
Yeah, true. 747-400s.
Or that, you know, either or. And Rudy saying, I imagine Max has a huge grin on his face now. It's going to be impossible to wipe it off there, Rudy. Darren, that's exactly what he's doing. He's just playing it cool. He doesn't want to come on too intense with old Vietnam Airlines. And Angus, yeah, that'd be swell. I don't think they've reactivated them just yet, though. I think they plan to, but it's going to be between London and Paris from Abu Dhabi, I think. I really don't see Melbourne on the agenda for Etihad 380s again. I really don't. I hate to admit it, but I just don't. And taxiing up to the end of runway 34 here. I would assume this is going to be Qantas flight 69 off to Delhi. Yep.
Yes, sir.
This is one of Qantas's new business ventures, trying to expand into the Indian market, which I think is sort of long overdue. At the end of the day, there's lots of room to expand there, and that's one of our biggest VFR markets. I do believe Air India also has obtained rights to fly between Melbourne and Mumbai. We can only hope with the 777. It certainly won't happen, but we could only hope. And Alexander, we now get 3 different A380 flights a day now that Singapore Airlines has joined in the roster, and the other 2 are Emirates. We also get we're going to get Qantas as well, coming back very soon. So we're going to have our original 3 back up, which would be great. And then hopefully as the future sort of goes on, we can get the Qatari A380 back. And then we'll have our 4 back again. Perfect. Didn't quite have the rumble that the 350 did, even in the wet, but still a great sounding jet there. And our camera has 600 millimeters of zoom, which when it's translated to the Handycam kind of comparison there, it's about 20 times zoom. 30 times zoom, you're going to get a lot of quality loss with the small sensor at that high focal length, so just make sure that you're aware of that. But 30 times zoom is a huge amount. You don't need that much. Honestly, a 20 pi zoom is going to cover you pretty much everywhere. I've never been in many situations where the 600 millimeters or 20 pi is not enough. Usually it's too much in most cases. And yeah, no, the CF6s just don't have that that grumble like the 350s do. There's a few engines, pretty much the Trents, they all get that real that growl to them. Like the 330's got that growl. And the you know what the real good ones were? The 747s, like with the rollers.
Oh yeah.
They sounded nuts. Like a bit of rain. Oh. But we wouldn't get those here anymore. Unless Cargalux or Silkway decided that they wanted to pay us a visit for no reason. Definitely glad we went to T4 though.
Yeah.
Because you can look how drenched the apron is.
Yeah, I know.
And we dodged all of it.
Yeah.
Just imagine like we'd be holding on for dear life if we were up at Jellybrand Hill with the umbrella. And looks like the exclusive Royal Brunei 787 is on pushback there from the the remote international terminal.
Yeah. No, we won't be here till 3 p.m.
I might be, but not streaming.
Yeah, stream.
Oh, brain fog. Man, Saturdays around this time are actually quite quiet, aren't they? Like midday on a Saturday, because the weekdays are a lot busier.
Yeah. Yeah, it really dies around this time of the day. Which is why I was looking at Flight Radar and I was looking in and I was like, oh my gosh, there's really nothing.
And yeah, Simon, those are the ones, the RB211s on the 747s. Undoubtedly my favorite, undoubtedly. Out of all the options, because you got the Pratts, you got the CF6s, and you got the RBs.
Yeah.
RB a million times over. I'll actually chase that. Whereas like the other ones, it's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Could not agree more than Darren. That was such a classic aircraft. Those BA 747s with the rollers, and with some of those retro liveries as well. Oh my god! I remember when I was living and traveling around the United States. I was fortunate enough that I was in the same era as those retro liveries. So every city I was going to, because British Airways flew a 747 to basically every city in the US. Like JFK, I remember, was getting 9 a day. It was ridiculous. It was at the point there was like 3 there at all times, and like one would come in, one would go, and like it was every 2 hours.
That's so ridiculous.
747s. It was. I started to get sick of them. It was to the point where like I would see so many. It's just like, oh yeah, another British 74.
Yeah.
And when you start getting like desensitized, you know it's a problem.
That is a problem. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That flight there was Qantas flight 1005 headed off to Hobart. And looks like the Shanghai has pinged as well on radar, which is perfect. We'll be making a runway 34 departure, hopefully, fingers crossed. Have a look at what it's filed for.
Wait, which airline's this? Shanghai.
Shanghai.
Oh, it's 34, 100%. I've never seen Shanghai go 27.
Yeah, look where it's parked.
Never seen it. Even in like, there was this day, right, that I was out spotting. And the reason I came out was because of the winds.
Yeah, 3-4 filed.
It was 50 knot winds westerly direct. Everything pretty much was going 27 if they could. Every landing went 27, no ifs, no buts, right?
Yeah.
The only 3 things that took off on 3-4, Vietnam, Shanghai, China Southern.
Oh my gosh, wow.
And that, like during those winds, everything else went, like even Qantas 94 went on 27. Like that was the level it was on, yeah.
That's crazy.
But those 3 were like, nah. So guys, do want to just remind you, it's now 11 o'clock, that you are watching Melbourne Airport live here from the Terminal 4 car park. Melbourne Airport is Australia's second busiest airport, and we've been getting some very interesting conditions today. A bit of sun now. It was raining earlier in the morning. It was just cloudy. It's been a bit of a ride. But I'm Matt. I'm from HD Melbourne Aviation. I'm helping my friend out, Max, who runs aviation videography and is currently behind the camera, focusing real hard.
Yes, that is what I am doing.
Max is doing all the heavy lifting while I just talk rubbish.
Yup.
Generally, aim towards Adam. And wonder how far I push the boundaries before I get fired.
Looks like they're majorly using runway 27 now for the departures, so even that Jetstar A320 is taxing up to 27 to depart, even though most of them have just been going off runway 34 this morning, so that's an annoyance, just adding to the pain of today's wind conditions. That's alright. Angus asking, how do you check what runway it is filed for? Are you just listening to air traffic control? How far in the past am I? Use Flight Aware. So you go on Flight Aware, find the flight, and then have a look at the map, and it will show you what sort of its flight route for its departure that it will take.
So the one good thing about Melbourne, and this doesn't work at every airport, but Flight Aware, it will map out the flight path once the pilots put it into their systems.
Yeah.
So it can get that information. Don't ask me how, but it can.
Yeah.
And essentially, if the pilots change it, if they know they're going off 3-4, they have the flight points for 3-4, and it will have a line showing that it's going to take off from 3-4.
Yeah.
If it's going 1-6, you'll see it has to do a loop, so there'll be a loop, and it's taking off on 1-6. So it's a very, very helpful little feature. Only thing is, it doesn't happen at every airport. Melbourne, it does. You can't do it at Sydney.
Yeah.
Sydney, it does not work. A lot of airports, it just doesn't. Brisbane, it won't work. It will just... I don't know why Melbourne does, but there's a lot that it won't. Particularly if there's parallel runways, it won't do it. Because Melbourne's a cross runway system, so maybe that sort of helps. But that's more or less how we do it. And I've learned my lesson countless times to never ever question it. If it says it's going somewhere, that's where it's going.
Yeah.
Even if you don't believe it. There's been times where for instance, this was many years ago, but one of the Saudia A310s came here, one of the privately owned ones.
Oh wow, yeah.
And the departure was for 2 p.m. Everything was going off 27, and this thing filed for 3-4. I thought there's no chance. This thing is parked right around the back at the entrance of 27. It's not going to happen. And sure enough, it did. It went 3-4. Sure enough. It was one of the only things that went there. It was one of those really strong westerly wind days. And I remember even Thai, I think, went 2-7. And you're like, why? Why would that go 3-4? And this was back when Mansfield Road was still publicly accessible.
Oh, yeah.
So as you're driving down Mickleham Road,
yeah,
which is adjacent to or parallel to Operations Road,
yeah,
I was watching it taxi out. I was trying to race it. I'm like, nah, I'm done. I can't possibly do this. So it looks like Shanghai Airlines has come out there from behind Terminal 2 and is going to be departing on runway 34, bound for Shanghai. And Shanghai is now making its way past the remote international terminal there.
Remote.
You know what still stumps me though, Max?
What's that?
There's always bonds at the terminal. They're never in the air.
I know.
They're always there.
I swear every Saturday there's a Bonza departure at 10 now.
We've just been scammed.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's at 12:30 or something, or 1 o'clock now. I think it's changed.
you'd think that the way you make money is having the planes in the air as much as possible.
Maybe.
Maybe.
And the way you lose money is by having them sit on the tarmac.
That's it, because then you have to pay parking fees and all the fun things, airport rates. I don't know. Interesting.
Very interesting.
I also want to point out, that the weather is like drastically improving as we're getting towards the end of the stream.
I know.
It happens every time.
Every single time. We literally said this would happen.
You can't make it up. You honestly can't.
Can't make it up. This is going to be Virgin Flight 837 departing off to Sydney.
Look at that. Now it's starting to look really nice. Got some sun on the tarmac. Not on the runway yet, but that will eventually happen. For the last plane we film.
Look at that orange glow with that sun. Actually looks really nice.
It does, doesn't it?
Really pops out the contrast of those orange tails for Jetstar.
On departure for runway 27, we have Jetstar flight JQ733 off to Launceston. No, I still can't believe that you don't like my chair.
It's too small, it needs to be bigger.
It's great.
Get a non-baby sized chair.
It's not a baby-sized chair.
It's a baby sized chair.
It's just anything compared to you is baby-sized.
It's a baby sized chair.
Like the coffees that we have right now, when you hold it, it looks baby-sized. Look at this. Like this is a normal person holding it, right? Then your giant hand
They're not that. Oh,
like covers the entire can.
it doesn't.
It does. It's just disappeared behind your monstrosity. I don't know how you're going to pull these flights off that we're going to be doing.
Done it before. I'll do it again. I did 17 and a half hours to
I hope you're in the middle
Singapore
seat.
from SFO. I can do anything.
You can do anything. Well, when we have the car in Europe, I'm going to make sure that, like, you know, the passenger side is, like, you know, very, very cramped. Like, all the stuff's going to be behind your seat so you can't push it back. And then there's got to be stuff by your feet.
Why do you want to make this trip hell?
I don't know.
Is this because I didn't give you half my sushi?
There is some resentment still behind that, that's for sure. This could be like, you know, a little bit of that.
Oh,
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Our next heavy departure, about to roll down runway 34, is MU738 for Shanghai Airlines, operating for China Eastern, departing off to Shanghai. The 787-9 Dreamliner on your screen at the moment. So chuck those 787 stickers in the chat, as we have an awesome heavy departure on the way. Not too far away as well, we have the Scoot 787 Dreamliner. And New Zealand is coming in runway 34.
Unheard of.
That is unheard of when 27 is the favourable runway.
Who is this guy in the tower? I want to buy him a coffee.
Yeah, literally.
When is your coffee break, sir?
So I think once Scoot arrives, that'll probably top off the stream.
There you go, Shanghai. Kicking up a bit of a spray there on the runway. I'm in disbelief. Air New Zealand's going 3-4.
I wouldn't have picked that in a million years.
No, neither.
late rotation.
Very late.
Really took its time to get up.
It did, didn't it? Looks like we've got a few 3-4 departures again. The sun's come out, so the airport's trying to be nice.
Yeah, I know. Oh, we have an arrival, didn't we?
Oh, that kind of snuck in. Arriving on runway 34 there. Actually, Max, I think they've just switched all to 34. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Spoke prematurely.
Nah, it's split.
It's split.
The wind, because if you have a look at the wind is really changing over the course of the day.
Okay.
So it's like westerly, then it's northwesterly, then it's westerly again. Like, it's really weird.
Is it going to be 3-4 this afternoon? What is the wind forecast saying here? Ooh. That looks dicey.
That's 50-50 in the afternoon.
Oh, no, I don't want another 1-6 departure of Singapore. You know what the best thing is, though? I'm just loving the contrast from the wet tarmac and the sun coming out. Like, it is such a nice effect.
Yeah, it really is.
I really do love the winter light a lot.
The winter light's awesome in Melbourne.
Yeah, when it comes out, it's epic. It really is.
And Oskar, flights have two different identifications. They got a 2-letter and a 3-letter. That's why you see both of them. So like for Qantas, they have QF and QFA.
That's it. And sometimes they don't make any sense, but I think it's just because those are like the prefixes that are left.
Yeah.
Like Sichuan is 3U.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know where you got that one from. And Tangent is
Cebu's 5Y, I think, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. 5J, I think.
Yeah, 5J. That's it.
And then you got like UPS 5X.
Yeah.
It's like not even remotely related.
Yeah.
Because you got some like obviously Qantas QF,
Yeah.
Virgin VA.
Like China Eastern is MU.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
But then I think their 3-letter is CSE.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, China Southerns is CZ, which kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that makes a bit of sense.
Kinda. And then CSN makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, EasyJet is U2. It's just so like what?
I think there's
a limited amount, I guess.
I think, which one is it? Might be Condor is DE.
Yeah, well, that's for like Deutschland.
Yeah.
It's German. That makes a bit more sense. A little bit.
A little bit.
There's a few of them, yeah, that are really just like out there.
Yeah.
And you just got to wonder why they chose that. Like, was that their only option?
Yeah, literally. Etihad's EY.
Etihad is EY. And their 3-1 is like ETD or something.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
Where did the Y come from though?
I don't know. Landing next, we have Air New Zealand flight NZ123 making a a rare arrival on runway 34 in some stunning winter light. This is amazing. Look at that, we've got triple departures there. Departing now, we have Virgin Australia flight VA323, which is going to be departing to Brizzy. About to embark on its 2-hour journey up north.
And guys, we're at 560 likes at the moment. We've got about 20 minutes of the stream left. We're going to wait for that scoot to arrive. So let's see if we can hit 600 likes by the end of the stream. So if you haven't clicked the like button already, just below the stream, go and smash that button so that we can hit 600 before the end of the stream. That would be awesome. As we await for the Scoot Dreamliner to arrive here, predictably on runway 34, but if it goes 27, then I have no hope in this airport anymore.
That's spoken like a true Melbourne spotter.
Yeah.
And Manuel, thank you so much for tuning in. Glad you're enjoying. And tuning in from Venezuela as well. That is awesome. There's so many cool things in Venezuela I want to see. 707s. That's what the government have for tankers.
Oh wow.
I know. Like original 707s. So it's like the Omega tankers.
That's cool.
I know.
Really cool.
There's a bunch of other really cool things. I think the 727s are down that way as well.
Oh yeah.
Because I know Colombia has some. Hey Max, I reckon we should do a South American trip.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Actually, seriously? I would. I really want to. Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Venezuela, Colombia. I was gonna say Peru, but then I'm like, I don't know. I don't think they really get anything half decent. I mean, they get decent things, but like compared to the other airports, I'm not too sure. And I don't know what spots are like either. And there we go. Looks like that 737 has split skimlets, which only a couple of aircraft in Virgin Australia's fleet have. And good day, Roxy. Tuning in from Argentina. Speak of the devil. Good old Argentina. See, I think it'd be an awesome experience. Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, Bogota, Caracas, and Santiago. That'd be an amazing trip.
That would be a heck of a trip for sure.
What about Bolivia?
Oh yeah.
Should we add that one in?
For sure.
Something tells me you're not serious.
No, I am serious. I don't pay any attention to like some of those airports, so I don't really know. Like I know that a lot of them are good. I just don't really know what goes there and the spots and stuff. I haven't seen footage from there or anything, so.
All the good stuff goes there, Max. All the good
I'll
stuff.
take your word for it.
As you should.
As I rarely do.
Literally, as you rarely do. When I come up with great ideas, it's usually met with resistance, turmoil,
Yep.
annoyance,
Disgust. Pain.
Sometimes you throw drinks at me, tomatoes.
When have I ever done that?
Like every time.
Like every time.
It was just this morning, you know, when we were at McDonald's and we're getting a coffee, and I'm like, I think we should stream for 24 hours, and you just threw the coffee at my face. Which definitely happened.
Did it?
Yeah, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, but I don't know, that doesn't sound like me. Personally, I found it to be a little bit disrespectful.
No.
I think maybe it was out of jealousy. Like you can't admit that I had a great idea. You wanted it for yourself, and you got angry that like you didn't think of it. That's why the coffee met my face. I think so. Taking off here, we have Jetstar flight JQ794 to the Sunshine Coast. And g'day Melbourne Gunzel. Probably for the best. The weather has been pretty on and off, but I think it's meant to be okay now for the rest of the day. And looks like we have a little Rex 737 taxiing in here to Terminal 3. I'd like to think we don't look like shady characters there, Donald, but I guess we can't, be the complete judge of that. That's a very subjective thing. That's all right. When it comes down to it, if there's any trouble, I can run faster than Max, so I'm not concerned.
Hang on. What?
What?
I don't think so, mate. I don't think so.
I reckon, no. If we did a 100-meter sprint, I could probably beat you.
I'd get to the finish line by the time you get to the 50-meter line.
Just because your legs are like 8 feet tall, and it's like you're walking on stilts, it doesn't mean you can beat me there. The thing is, you're one gust of wind away from falling over.
How?
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's going to knock your center of gravity over, center of balance.
Yes, that so makes sense.
I don't know. I think.
Wait, did you just call me big?
Tall. Freakishly.
Freakishly. Wow.
Well, it feels that way when I'm trying to reach up to the tripod.
Oh, gosh.
I do think in a 100-meter sprint, I could probably beat you.
No chance. No chance.
One day we'll do it. One day I'm going to race you to the car. In Europe. After not sleeping for 3 days.
Oh, gosh.
Good way of doing it.
That's not happening. This is Jetstar flight 940 heading off to Cairns. It's just waiting for, I think, a 27 arrival. No. Yeah, it's waiting for a 27 arrival before it departs off runway 34. And behind it, waiting on taxiway Juliet, is Virgin Australia flight 739 heading off to the Gold Coast. A couple of narrow body departures as we're about 5-10 minutes away from that Scoot Dreamliner arriving here into Melbourne to top off today's live stream. Let's do a check of the like count.
Can we reach 600?
Just 600. 583, 17 to go. If you haven't already, for the rest of the stream, please click that like button. Let's get to 600 before we finish the stream in about 10-15 minutes time.
And here we go, our next narrow body departure. This is going to be taking off to Cairns as JQ940. And Oskar, that one's going to land on 27. We're really not going to see much of it, unfortunately. If they were all 3-4, we'd probably hang around, but it's just not worthwhile. In fact, I'm still not convinced that Scoot's going to even come to 3-4.
Yeah, I'm not convinced either.
I noticed Japan Airlines wasn't here this morning.
It's not here on Saturdays.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
I think they're 4 or 5 weekly.
Yeah, I thought they were almost every day.
I think it's 5. I'm not 100% sure, but...
And look at that. Scoot has gone to 27.
Oh, no.
I had a feeling. It just looked dodgy.
That is a dodgy turn.
Air New Zealand went 3-4, but Scoot went 2-7.
Make it make sense.
That's it. Our guy must have went on his coffee break.
His shift.
That's it. He shifts over. I think they only have 5-hour shifts, don't they? Or something like that.
Yeah.
It's shorter days. It's not it's not like a 9 to 5 kind of thing.
No.
So he's probably he's packed up. He's gone home, and then like the veterans have taken over.
Yeah.
They're like, oh,
That's it.
Scoot, that's a 2-7 job. And that's it, Simon. What a place it is. Good old Melbourne.
Good old Melbourne. Do we even wait for it? Can't see it land.
Is there anything else happening?
Nothing.
Seriously?
Nothing. United's delayed for another hour and a half. Or
Oh my
something like
God.
that. Fiji is landing
2-7.
soon, but that's 2-7. There's nothing else. No departures. I think the next one is New Zealand at like 12:20.
And that's going to go 2-7.
7, yep. Brunei at 12:40. But it's an hour away, there's nothing in between. It's such a sad little airport at this time of day.
Poor Melbourne.
I know, poor Melbourne. Been fired, yeah. Air traffic controller.
That's it. When he noticed that Air New Zealand went 3-4, he was immediately sacked.
Yeah.
Departing here, we have Virgin Australia flight VA739 off to the Gold Coast.
Even the cows are giving up plane spotting. Yeah, Matt has given up.
Oh, I see what you did there. So funny. So very funny.
Oh. That's my revenge for bringing one child's chair.
Well, it's not. It's a chair designed for a normal sized man.
Alright, we'll wait for Scoot to arrive so we can see it. Slow down.
That's it. It's not quite the ending we were hoping for, but that's okay.
No, that's alright. We can still see the mango pancakes.
That's it. And this wouldn't be the first disappointment of the day for Max. Seeing the one chair, me eating sushi right in front of his face. The
That
endless.
didn't bother me as much as you think it did.
No, I think it did. No, I think it did. I definitely saw it on your face. You were.
I was more annoyed that you took the time to go get the sushi.
You were physically disgruntled by it. And I mean, it was on the way out of T4, so I'm like, oh no, I'll get that. I'm gonna get a couple of some sushi rolls there. I didn't know it was raining because I didn't get any messages, so I thought, oh yeah, it's okay.
Well, maybe get better data so you can see that I had the laptop was getting soaked.
Oh. And Karen, we did say it would go this way. We said when we were going to wrap the stream up, the weather would drastically improve, and well,
every single time.
That's it. I don't think we've been proven wrong with Melbourne spotting yet.
Nope.
Just like the tower workers, we are veterans too.
Yeah, literally.
It's a game of cat and mouse. So now we're just going to wait for that scoot to come in on runway 27. I know it makes me shudder as well. And then we will be packing up for today and plan for the next one.
Yes, next Thursday at this stage.
Next Thursday.
Next live stream for sure on aviation videography.
I'm going to try and do Tuesday on my channel, HD Melbourne Aviation. Depends on the weather with everything. But we will go from there. Hopefully can try some different spots now that we have the other laptop, the batteries and such. TriStar Darren, you know, that is true, but Max lives 20 times further away from the airport than I do. So I'd say it's 0-0. Counters each other out. Well, Simon, if we can find some trees to zoom into, I'm sure the leaves will be falling off of them, so we can then we can have autumn. Which is the actual season. And summer is just a long shot now. That's not going to happen.
Oh yeah.
We're not going to get a summer afternoon.
Not a chance.
Nope. There it is. Landing on runway 27. That's flight TR18 landing from Singapore. Oh, Oskar. No, we would never be able to get access to the Melbourne Towers. And also with Sydney, the design of it is actually quite favourable because you have the balcony where you can actually be outside and stream. Melbourne Towers do not have that. In fact, Max, I think you could probably zoom in on them and you can sort of show the towers. There's no chance. There's nowhere you can really stand. I don't even think there's balconies on there.
Yeah, not that I know of.
No, and I don't think that Melbourne is quite as friendly as Sydney in terms of spotting. I think we're way worse.
Yeah. All right. Yes, we'll end with a T4 Carpark sprint stream. You can watch me absolutely obliterate Matt in a sprint.
It's not going to happen.
It's an obliteration.
No, I'll say, oh, look over there, and then start running. I'll get the head start.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we'll go on 3. 1, 2.
We'll go on 1. 1.
I'll disqualify you if you go too fast.
Oh, is that like illegal?
Yeah, there's rules.
All right.
If you come first, you're disqualified. That's how races work, right?
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Figured this out.
No, it's all right, mate. You'll be second, which is just first loser. It's all right.
Touche.
All right. That'll wrap it up for today's stream. It's Melbourne Airport has really hit the lull of the day, so we're going to pack up here and look onto the next stream. So as Matt said, he'll be attempting to stream Tuesday morning on HD Melbourne Aviation, and the next live stream on Aviation Videography will be Thursday morning at this rate. So we'll look forward to that next week. But other than that, thank you so much for tuning in today. It's been an awesome morning. Whilst the weather hasn't really been on our side, there's been some awesome movements, especially that Singapore A380, finally getting that arriving again was fantastic. So thank you for all of your company today to help us out and enjoy some morning plane spotting. Really do appreciate it. And thank you to all our mods as well for helping us out in the chat there. Really do appreciate all the work you do for us. And to all our new members, welcome aboard. And to everyone who gifted and donated, we really do appreciate it. You guys are absolute legends, so thank you so much. And Brad saying, it looks like there's a balcony with handrails if you zoom in. Looks like there's binoculars mounted on the smaller tower. Whether we could get access to that smaller tower would be impossible, absolutely impossible. Hopefully they make it a spotting deck, but you never know.
Melbourne Airport would laugh at our face if we asked. And on top of that, I think there's like asbestos or something in there. I think there's like some kind of like safety hazard.
Something.
I can't remember what it was.
Something.
It's also preventing them from knocking it down, apparently. So it can't be good.
Yeah, no, can't be. All right, that'll do it for today. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and we will see you next Thursday.